Hi, everyone. So we'll just wait a few minutes to start until everyone gets into the space. There's obviously only so many seats in the room, so please take a seat, be friendly with your neighbor, and get on in there. We have overflow space out there as well. So please use that. We want to avoid standing or sitting on the steps so that we're safe in case of an emergency. There likely won't be one, but we just want to be good. We do have 3 items. We have an agenda before us with the order, and I think, are going to go through them in that order. We do have a member who has a conflict. We normally would consider reordering so that person can handle their item and then leave. But I think we don't know who's here for what file. We'll just keep the order as is to not throw off anyone's evening. And I'm not sure how many people are maybe waiting outside. Joel, do you think you could just take a quick look and see where we're sitting? If everyone can hold tight for a minute, and then we'll get rolling.
Colleen, you got me up there? Perfect. Well, welcome everybody to this evening's meeting of the Planning Advisory Committee of January 21st. There are overflow crowd that are sitting outside, so I see there's still a few empty seats, but they've decided to sit outside. My name is Brad Mitchell, and I'm the Chair of the Planning Advisory Committee. I'll start the meeting by giving a brief overview of what the Planning Advisory Committee's mandate is, as well as a breakdown of how this evening's meeting will progress. The Planning Advisory Committee consists of 9 citizens of St. John who have been appointed by the city's nominating committee. Our role is to provide advice to Common Council on applications to amend the municipal development plan, the zoning bylaws, Section 59 conditions, subdivision proposals, along with a number of other possible issues. Our views and opinions are independent. Tonight's meeting will progress as follows. Shortly, the committee will vote to adopt the agenda for this evening's meeting. Following the adoption of the agenda, we'll do a roll call for members of the committee. We'll then go through this evening's applications and follow that agenda until it is complete. We do have one item, 5.2, which is on Bayside Drive, and that application has been withdrawn. So if anybody is here for the application for Bayside Drive, that has been postponed until the February meeting. Then we will then go through this evening's applications and follow that agenda until it is complete. For each item, city staff will provide an overview presentation. Following this, the applicant will be asked to address the committee. Once the applicant has finished their presentation, the committee may ask follow-up questions. We will then open the public hearing where any members of the public are welcome to address the committee. Each speaker has 10 minutes. We ask that you please avoid repetition of concerns or viewpoints. If you have a large group, we encourage the delegation of a single representative speaker. Once it's your turn to speak, you'll be called to the podium, and we ask that you state your name. The committee may have questions for you after you address us, and we have read all the letters and comments that have been submitted for this evening's meeting, most of yesterday, as a matter of fact. The committee may ask the applicant to return to respond to any comments that arise during the public hearing. After this, the public hearing section is closed. Excuse me. No further comments may be made by the public or the applicant. At this point, there may only be questions or clarifications to city staff by the committee. Please remember that this is a safe space and that we ask for everyone to conduct themselves in a respectful manner. Should anyone interrupting the proceedings will receive one warning to refrain from disrupting the meeting. Should disruptions continue, they will be asked to leave. Members of the public, you're welcome to remain in the chambers to listen to the debate and decision of the committee. However, when your item is concluded, you may leave. Should you have any further follow-up questions, contact city staff. And given this evening's large crowd, I do ask that everybody silence their phones and avoid chatting amongst yourselves because it makes it very hard for us to hear the presentations that we're going to get. So we'll start the meeting.
Just because we have a large number of people looking for seats, there are some seats. Please be friendly and you can join your neighbors over there. We do have the overflow as well, so feel free to use that. But we're asking everyone to be nice and cozy this evening. It's just that everyone is able to get a seat. And we will have likely a bio break during the meeting, given the volume of people as well, just in case you're worried about missing anything.
So we'll start with the agenda. As I say, we have removed item 5.2. Do I have a motion to pass the agenda? Seconder, all those in favor? Pass. Thank you. Roll call. Chair Brad Mitchell. First Vice Chair Phil Como. Second Vice Chair Ann McShane. Councillor Gary Sullivan. Councillor Jerry Lowe. Peter Pappas. Isema Almamary. Terry Hutchinson. And our newest member, Josephine Chekas. Welcome. That is our roll call. Declaration of conflict of interest.
Mr. Chairman, I have a conflict of interest with item 5.3.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Thank you. So then we will move on to item 5.1, which is the rezoning application for 529 Golden Grove Road, PID 551-88379. Existing plan is rural residential. Existing zoning is rural residential. Proposed zoning is rural mixed residential. The Community Planning Act authorizes the Planning Advisory Committee to give its views to Common Council concerning proposed amendments to the municipal plan and zoning bylaw. Common Council will consider the committee's recommendation at a public hearing on Monday, February 24th, 2025. Thomas?
Thank you. This application seeks to rezone the subject property from rural residential to rural mixed residential in order to place a mobile or mini home on the property. Subject property is located on the east side of the city, close to the intersection of Golden Grove Road and Hillcrest Road. The area is rural in nature and does not have access to municipal water and wastewater services. The area also includes existing rural residential development. The immediate neighborhood is comprised mostly of rural single-family homes and instances of commercial along Golden Grove Road. There is an existing mobile home located adjacent to the subject property. This is a photo of the access to the subject property with the said existing mobile home next to the subject property on the left of the photo. Subject site and surrounding properties are designated rural residential. The rural residential area covers existing low-density unserviced developments outside of the PDA. The rezoning includes an existing lot and is not expanding the rural residential designation. Both Policy I-2 and LU 105 of the municipal plan seek to ensure compatibility of amendments to the zoning bylaw and the municipal plan. Policy I-2 is concerned with whether the rezoning is compatible with land use policy, and this application complies by being an existing lot with an established rural residential area, and the proposed development will have the same residential unit count as allowed under the current rural residential zone. Policy LU 105 is concerned with whether a development, this application is also, 105 is concerned with whether the lot size and the zoning bylaw requirements are appropriate for the rezoning. The lot that is being rezoned is larger than necessary, and therefore it does comply with the requirements of the zoning bylaw. Subject property is an existing undeveloped lot zoned rural residential. The rural residential zone covers existing rural residences outside of the primary development area, as previously mentioned. Though it prohibits new mobile and or mini homes, those placed prior to 2016, the adoption of the latest zoning bylaw, are able to remain and be replaced if needed. Again, this application is seeking to rezone the subject property from rural residential to mixed rural residential in order to place a new mobile or mini home on the property. The rural mixed residential zone does allow for newly placed individual mobile or mini homes. Letters are mailed out to property owners within 100 meters of the subject site on January 6, 2025. No letters were received as of this presentation. The public notice was posted on the city's website on January 16, 2025, and the public hearing is scheduled for February 24, 2025. Staff are recommending the rezone the subject site from rural residential to rural mixed residential to permit the placement of a new mobile or mini home. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions for staff? Is the applicant here? Would you like to address the committee? Come on to the podium, please. And if you could state your name, please. And if you've read the recommendation and if you agree with staff recommendation.
Sure. So first, my name is Moad Al-Tamimi. And yeah, as they mentioned here, the reason I'm looking to change the zone here to move my mini home. Actually, right now, I live in Fredericton, and the mini home is there, and I'm looking to move it here.
Thank you. The committee have any questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak on this proposal? The second time, is there anybody that would like to speak for or against this proposal? Third and final time, is there anybody that would like to speak for or against this proposal? At this time, I'd like to close the public hearing. I have a motion, I have a seconder. All those, question? All those in favor? Passed unanimously. Thank you. That completes 5.1. You can leave anytime. If you want to stay, you're welcome to stay, but if I could go with you, that would be. 5.3, 5.2 was withdrawn. We have a conflict on the municipal plan amendment here, so let me just get this out.
But I'd say with this one, when we do the public hearing component, we'll have to be extra cautious because we don't know if people sitting in the overflow need to be able to.
And are there still people out in the overflow? Okay, yeah. So 5.3 is municipal plan amendment and rezoning. I'm not going to read all the PIDs because there are a lot. The applicant is United Way Maritimes. Landowner is, I can't read that, it's too small. Wilton Management Limited, Power Commission of the City of St. John. 0 Sunnyside Avenue, 288 Westmoreland Avenue, and 304 Westmoreland Avenue. Plan designation is park and natural area. Proposed designation is stable residential. Existing zoning is park and utility service. Proposed zoning is mini home park residential. Application type, municipal plan amendment and rezoning. The Community Planning Act authorizes Planning Advisory Committee to give its views to Common Council concerning proposed amendments to the municipal plan and zoning bylaw. Common Council will consider the committee's recommendation at a public hearing on Tuesday, February 10th, 2025.
Thank you and good evening. Before you, as you said, is a proposal for a municipal plan amendment and a rezoning for a 4.67 hectare area off the undeveloped Sunnyside Avenue. This is just off of Westmoreland Road, and the proposal is to create an affordable mini home park. So the application has two components. The first is that municipal plan amendment. The proposal is to redesignate it from park and natural area to stable area on Schedule A and redesignate it to stable residential on Schedule B. The second part of this application is to rezone it from park to mini home park residential. And this would allow for the proposal of creating 75 mini home units, associated driveway, the landscaping, and community spaces. And you can see the concept site plan on screen. This proposal does include 52 PIDs. As said, I won't be reading them as well, but they are listed on screen and in the report, which is published. And the area was previously subdivided for individual residential along the undeveloped Sunnyside Avenue, which was never realized. There is also a concurrent application being processed for a stop up and close of a portion of the undeveloped Sunnyside Avenue to be acquired by the developer and form part of the development site. The remaining portion of Sunnyside would be still open to access the existing other lots. The area is on the east side of the city, just off of Westmoreland Road, with Fernhill Cemetery to the southwest, and then the East Point shopping area and power station to the northeast of the site. It does back onto sites that border Rothsay Road, but due to the elevation changes, there would be no access from Rothsay Road. This area is well serviced by municipal transit routes and sidewalks for active transportation. Here's a closer look at the site using an aerial image. You can see the image. It is largely covered in trees and vegetation at this time. And the site would largely be developed to the rear of this area with access still existing to that power station and the cell tower. For further context, here are some site photos. The first little one on the top on the left is looking at Sunnyside from Westmoreland. The larger picture on the right shows that portion of Sunnyside a little closer up. The part that would remain public would be at access to the cemetery and about up to that first power pole. And then the smallest image on the left is actually at the top of the Sunnyside, just over that curve, and you can see where it branches off towards the cell tower and towards the power station. The first image in this site is where you would access the new proposed development, and it would include a gate and a community building and some parking. And then you can see in the other image, as you crest Sunnyside towards the power station, this would remain accessible through this road. And then the last image is just turned around from the site looking towards Westmoreland, which you can see is not visible from where the entrance to the mini home park would be. And a final image here is from Rothsay Avenue. This site, you can see the treed area up there would be where this development would be, but due to some landscaping requirements and the existing vegetation, it wouldn't be visible from Rothsay either. We did receive an elevation drawing to show the changes in elevation that separate this site from the commercial area and from other residential. So the little left-hand side there, the little tiny blocks are what the Sunnyside Village would be to scale. And then to the far right is the Hampton Inn and Suites, so that kind of east commercial area. And there is a lot of vegetation, a lot of trees that would be remaining, bush and the like. Here's just another elevation without that vegetation to show some of the topography. So this site really wouldn't be visible from any of the surrounding existing businesses or residential. So for the municipal plan context, the current designation is park and natural area. And this was intended as a designation to permit a range of conservation and appropriate recreational land uses. And it was often located near community parks, environmentally sensitive or significant areas, lands adjacent to water courses, and designated heritage areas. And then sometimes we did redesignate near cemeteries. While this location is next to a cemetery, which is how it likely got its designation during the current municipal plan in 2011, the site has been subdivided and was intended as residential from the 1980s. So the stable residential designation, which is the proposed redesignation, is intended to be in existing neighborhoods within the primary development area on municipal services, and which would have the potential to accommodate additional development. In this case, the area is already subdivided and intended to be used for residential, and while the street was never built out, the surrounding area is a mixture of different densities, from low-density single units to high-rise zoned apartments. From the analysis of the proposed development under the stable residential designation, the proposed development does conform to the policies in that designation in the municipal plan. So under the municipal plan, both policies LU 86 and LU 87 of the stable residential would seek to ensure compatibility of any amendment to the zoning bylaw and municipal plan with these policies. LU 86 is concerned with whether the rezoning is compatible with neighborhood context, and it does comply in the sense it's a property in an existing lot within an established neighborhood, and the proposed development would be residential in nature in a residential area. LU 86 acknowledges that the area will evolve over time from a built form perspective, but should reinforce the predominant community. And the proposed rezoning would enable a different type of residential building typology while still maintaining the overall settlement pattern and density. And it would add more housing options to both the immediate neighborhood and the wider city context. A full analysis of this can be found in the report. So the subject site is currently undeveloped and zoned park, which, as said, accommodates a range of recreational activities and some supportive commercial uses. There's also a small sliver of the site that is used to access the power station that is currently zoned utility service, and we're proposing to rezone all of this just to create a unified zoning across the site. So the proposal is to redesignate the site as mini home park residential, and this would accommodate serviced residential development in the form of a more traditional mobile or mini home park, but also mobile or mini homes in a different arrangement. And it also is intended for land inside the primary development area, which does include land designated stable residential. So as said, the mini home park residential zone, while accommodating that more traditional mobile home park, also allows for mini and mobile home and other arrangements. There are some requirements. There is a requirement for community amenity space, which this proposal includes as community gardens and a future community building. It also requires 6 feet of landscaping along the entire perimeter of the property, and requires things like garbage to be handled by the developer and owner, and the internal driveway to be maintained. The applicant has also proposed fencing around the entire site with a gate at the access point. So due to some concerns raised in letters submitted, staff did undertake a further analysis of the site through what's called CPTED. CPTED stands for Crime Prevention Through Environmental Design, and it's an approach to crime prevention that uses design and architectural features to manage built and natural environments. And SEPTED principles are really used to create places ranging from public to shopping to residential that deter criminal activity and reduce victimization, while also building a sense of community. And so we undertook this assessment as part of the application and fully reviewed the site design. And staff found the application did show many of the key goals of a SEPTED analysis. There's natural surveillance using sight lines, lighting, appropriate vegetation, appropriately placed communal spaces. There's access control with a surrounding fence and main gate. There's territorial reinforcement through landscaping and fencing. And then the big one is maintenance of the site, which would have to occur. Staff will pass along comments from this analysis to further help with the site design, but we also have required a couple of these through Section 59 conditions. Public engagement was done. We did letters sent to landowners within 100 meters on January 6th, and the public notice for the council hearing was posted on January 17th. The applicant did engage in neighbors as well by going door to door and attending some one-on-one conversations and meetings. There were 19 letters received to just about an hour ago. There was 11 in support, there was 3 neutral, and then there was 5 letters against. I would note that of the 2 letters that were against the proposal, some of them had multiple signatures on them. So staff are recommending adoption and approval of the municipal plan amendment and the rezoning to change this area to a mini home park residential under the stable residential designation. We are also recommending the appropriate Section 59 conditions, which would include perimeter fencing to be installed prior to occupancy of the home park, and then a submission of a lighting plan for approval by the development officer during the permitting phase. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions at this time for staff? At this time, I'll ask the applicant if they could come forward. If you could state your name, please.
Yes, my name is Alexia Healis. I'm the Senior Executive Director for Central and Southwestern New Brunswick for United Way Maritimes, and I'm joined by my colleague Sue Lapierre, who's the Senior Executive Director for Mainland Nova Scotia and Affordable Housing.
Thanks for welcoming us here tonight. United Way is a donor-funded local impact organization that brings people together to tackle the biggest social issues facing our community. The St. John, Kings, and Charlotte location is leading this Sunnyside Tiny Home project. The unification of United Ways and the Maritimes has helped us combine resources and have regional teams of excellence. Things like marketing, communications, finance, human resources. We also have regional community impact teams and regional fundraising teams. These teams are very strategic in nature and are bringing everyone into alignment, including our affordable housing division. So we lead local, but with a lot of knowledge and expertise to draw on and to offer support from around the Maritimes.
So there is a clear need in St. John for more affordable housing, in particular in the space of supportive housing for those facing homelessness. The data that's on the screen is from the city's Housing for All plan released last year and clearly shows the magnitude of the problem that we're trying to address. The last count from November 2024 showed 202 people facing chronic homelessness, with an additional 387 facing intermittent homelessness. So our vision for the Sunnyside Tiny Home community is to provide up to 75 supportive housing units with wraparound supports to help those who are currently experiencing homelessness. Our project is inspired by, but not strictly modeled after, the 12 Neighbors project in Fredericton. It also draws on research and experience from other like-minded affordable housing communities, including those owned and operated by United Way Maritimes. This project, like all projects with United Way, is informed by those with lived experience who have experienced housing homelessness and housing instability. Our residents will be selected from the by names list and the NB housing list, and they will be vetted to ensure that their needs are not too complex or too severe to be addressed with our community tailored support services. Residents will pay rent in this community, and they must be able to maintain independent living and be a part of the community that we're trying to create. This will be a well-managed community. It's not a shelter or an encampment. It is permanent supportive housing. We will have 24-hour staffing and supports combined with the appropriate security equipment and measures such as lighting, fencing, and other policies designed to protect the safety and comfort of our residents, our neighbors, as well as local businesses and customers. Wraparound supports are going to be tailored to meet the needs of those living in our community, and they will include things such as mental health services, access to healthcare, counseling, life skills, etc. The community standards and guidelines for our community will be robust, and adherence to them will be a requirement of tenancy. Examples like regular unit inspections, rules for public and private spaces, and participation in our wraparound supports. We also are committed to continuing communications with the neighborhood and our surrounding neighbors, and making sure that we have transparency and engagement with those neighbors. So why are we looking at modular homes? There is a trend on those smaller footprint homes. But also, if we're looking at building a 75-unit apartment building, as you guys would probably be well aware, that can take as long as 5 years to get that up and built. The modular homes provides a quicker and fast way to get people housed and off the streets. It also provides people with dignity, comfort, and a pride of place. And we really want to create a community where people are living together, but where they also have their own space, which is a rare thing when you're serving this population. And our goal is to have residents being able to start moving in by the end of 2025. Community engagement has been a really important piece of this project for us. We have been out and talked with all of the neighbors that are located on the access road closest to us, as well as many of those on the surrounding streets. We have also met with local businesses and organizations in the area. We've hosted an open house at our demo home, and we have also have a plan for continued neighborhood engagement.
The Sunnyside project is expected to cost approximately $10 million. United Way expects to receive funding from the federal government, specifically CMHC. The provincial government, we are in discussions with social development and with no NB housing, as well as expecting funding from the municipal government. Business and corporate support is growing, and fundraising has begun, and United Way has received donations and commitments from foundations, corporations, and individuals. The Sunnyside community, as previously mentioned, will be up to 75 units and provide wraparound supports. As Alexia already has noted, residents need to have an income and pay rent at 30% of income. We are not intending to create an island. We want this neighborhood to be part of the community.
Thank you very much, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. You answered everything in your presentation just about that I had. The only question I was curious is it, are they forever homes or are they transition?
These are intended to be permanent affordable housing. So the idea is that individuals can come and live in these homes for as long as they want.
Okay.
We've seen that in other similar communities. If we look at 12 Neighbors, individuals can come there and stay. Some have decided to move on, right? Once they've gotten to a certain place, they're like, hey, I'd like to move to something bigger.
Just like any neighborhood.
Just
right.
like any neighborhood,
right.
yeah. But the idea is that you can come and stay here. This is your home. You can stay there as long as you want.
Awesome. Thank you.
No. We'll have a chance to ask a little bit later. Councillor Lowe?
Yeah, an excellent presentation, right? The wraparound service people, are they going to live in the community?
They'll be we'll have offices on site for the wraparound support. So they won't necessarily live in the community, but there will be wraparound supports on site. So there will be offices there. So it's not just people that are going to come in, periodically, but there will be those supports actually on site working out of that space. Yeah, we'll have a community building.
I have a couple of questions. The timeline you mentioned, the end of 2025, you hope to have some, is it like all 75, or are you ramping it up at 10 at a time, or how do you envision the process? Like how much construction is going to be going on and for how long?
I think given that we're going to be looking at modular building, we will be able to have them all on site potentially at the same time, but we will be looking at a phased approach for move-in, regardless of whether we get the construction all done at the same time. From our experience with United Way Maritimes, we also own and operate a tiny home community in Lower Sackville. And we have a firsthand experience with that community. It's got 60 tiny homes in it. And it has been really important to move people in slowly and not bring, you can't bring 60 people in all at once. So we want to have a bit of a transitioned move in to make sure we're bringing people in, getting people settled one at a time to keep the stability and start to build that community.
Thank you. The other thing was I saw a number of pictures that had a lot of trees in it. Do you envision keeping a lot of the trees in between the homes, or is it just going to be like a mobile home park sometimes?
Our vision is definitely to have lots of vegetation and, and trees and, and a community garden in the center as well. Yeah.
That's all the question I had, Mr. Cole. Phil?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Why the fence?
Well, the fence is for two reasons, and Sue, maybe you can speak to that because you have the experience in Lower Sackville.
Yeah, our experience is that it just is an opportunity to provide some safety and comfort for both the residents and for the surrounding neighborhoods. There's a lot of questions about a tiny home community, and it helps to create support and buy-in for the residents that are there. But we've also experienced in the tiny home community in Sackville, sometimes the neighbors around the tiny home community have trespassed and perhaps intruded in privacy inside the tiny home community as well. So it's just really to provide some boundaries and respect for everybody living there.
Okay, thank you. One other, how many residents per unit? Is it like single people, or is it a family? Is it?
No, there will be no children, so this is just meant for serving adults, so there won't be children on site, and it would be one, maximum two, so there we will have the ability for like couples to be in some of the units. We expect most of the units will likely be individuals. The majority will be individuals. And I think I also didn't mention that 20% of the units will also be slightly larger and fully accessible.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We've got all the questions here. We'll, I'm sure, ask you back up when the public has some questions, and we'll pass those questions back to you from those questions. So at this time, I'll open the podium up to the public. And if you'd like to speak, if you could state your name, please come forward.
Can I bring this over to the map? Can somebody bring this over to the map? That would be great. The map where it shows all the pits.
Yep. Just move this one out of the way. This one?
Not the map with the actual, that one.
That one works?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I brought my display.
All right. Hi, my name's Andrea Vermersch, St. Pierre. I own the property of 298 Westmoreland Road. I thought this would be a good idea to show this on the map because I am directly affected by this coming into the community, into where I live in residential. As if you can look on the map right in behind, so the property that's right adjacent to, I don't know if I can sort of show that. So right in here is part of their property, but right in here is all of my property that goes all the way up to here. So I'm right up to the top of the hill. So this has directly affected me, and I have children as well that live there on 298 Westmoreland Road. So first of all, I'm going to say I am a registered nurse. I am a licensed counseling therapist. I know addictions. I know mental health very much. I have family members. I have one that's homeless right now that's living in a tent that almost froze to death the other day. So my heart really does go out greatly to the people that are suffering, and I get it. But at the same time, there's a lot of concerns that I have in placing this in the East Point. One, even Rossay Avenue, we're having a lot more breaking and entries, things like that. I've had my own office where I've had a homeless person come into my office, which was, now I have to lock my doors if I'm alone. So it's pretty scary. And this is without having, 150 people, residents in this new tiny homes. This is before having this there. So there's a bunch of different concerns. One is, of course, the Jewish cemetery, Fern Hill Cemetery, worrying about the safety of people going into the cemetery to, be able to visit their loved ones. Are they going to feel safe when they're in there? I've already had a couple of people, even without this being present, I've had people that cut across the property, so there's this right-of-way that goes right across for the water line here. And I've had people that go right across right to the front of my house, which is actually right here. And I have a senior who lives here and another neighbor and another person over here. The senior here is over 75 and my father's over 75. Anyways, I've had people literally steal the bike, steal the kids' scooters, right with my father being present. I had a big argument 3 weeks ago with another person who was homeless that came into my property talking to my 12-year-old nephew. I had to tell him, get off the property. He didn't care. Call the police. There was nothing. And he wanted tools to take the tire off my kid's bike. So I have a lot of concerns about this. I question, okay, one neighbor said, I haven't gone to every neighbor in Allerdale and Fern Hill, by the way, so I haven't done all of that. I've been very busy. So I just question if other people would be participating. But anyways, wonder why you need security. If you need security, then you're telling me, when they're saying, are these people have addiction issues? Do they have acute mental health? Do they have psychosis? Everyone in St. John is well aware of the addiction and the mental health issue in our city. A lady with a pickaxe on Loyalist News Chasers, picking the ground up on, I think, Sydney Street or one of those streets. I came across another guy at Giant Tiger with a big shovel, having full psychosis. I was actually really scared that he was going to come at me. My nephew had the same thing yesterday uptown. So these are very scary things. They're carrying big knives sometimes for defense and all of that. And I can't imagine having 150 people, and I can see why they have to do this slowly, because you can't just put 75 people and you're not knowing who's really has an addiction issue or psychosis. I really don't feel that this is the thing to fix this. I know there's a lot of seniors that are homeless, and this is where I think social development should be involved, and they should start doing assessments on all the different encampment sites and other things that also you have a place now for people down in the north end. This is where adult protection needs to come and take ministry of rights, I guess, which is hard, and get people into the proper special care homes, maybe even at a nursing home level. I feel that our policing needs to be up. We need to get rid of the drugs out of our city. That's really huge. So a lot more money could be placed into that. So the other part is impacting the value of my home. You know, who's going to want to really buy my house after this? Okay. I have to have, they're telling me that they will fence my property in for me, which is 300 feet across and 500 feet down on each side of my property. And hopefully that would also go with the neighbors, if you guys did do this, with the neighbors that are here and protect them. They will cross over. This right-of-way needs to be removed. That's there, right here, this right-of-way. That needs to be removed and needs to be fenced up if you're going to do this. I also asked, who is the accountability party here? If the city does do this, and like you said, they've had people jumping over and trespassing people's properties, is what I just heard from the other place, and they had to put fencing and cameras. That's very concerning that we need to do this. And I know it's an acute mental health that is being not treated. So where do I get compensation when I go to sell my property? Or my neighbors, right? Who's going to buy it? Am I going to be able to resell that? This is a residential property that we own. Many homes aren't supposed to be part of St. John anymore, is from my understanding. So this is not even a mini home. There's not a full bathroom in there for them with shower. They have a community bathroom, from my understanding. So that's my big question there for that. And the other thing is, I really don't feel like you need to be mixing people that are sobriety versus people that do not have sobriety. You know, when people finally get clean and they got a year or two of sobriety, you know, that's really not fair either. And how do you really control those logistics? I think it's going to be hard to control that, and I see why it's slowly trying to bring it in. I seen the properties in Fredericton. It looked like a box at the end of the day now. It just looks like they're living in a box. And is that humanitarian as well? I understand the need of getting the people off the streets, but we need other places to get them off the streets, and that might be mental health facilities, okay? There's the crime in Fredericton, from my understanding, it has gone up from the mini home areas in the public and the residential homes of the other people. So that brings an issue. Again, who's the accountability? Is it the city? If I have people that are coming on my property, damaging my property, or talking to my children, stealing my kids' bikes, breaking into my property, who's accountable? The other thing is road traffic. A friend of mine that's in the police force in St. John says, oh, Andrew, you're going to have a lot of road traffic on that Sunny Ridge Road. And we're talking ambulances, EMS services. You know, I feel like it's almost like I see what the good that the people are trying to do, but I feel like sometimes it's on a rainbow, you know. The people have to have their own stability of addiction, right? And want it to be helped. And not everyone is an addict, but I believe there's a lot of mental health components to that, which they're already saying that's why they're moving them in slowly, right? You only move 5, 10 people in, you can't move 75 people and 75 with a couple. And the other thing is, in knowing addiction, you know, with need of Narcan now, with fentanyl and things like that, a lot of people will bring their friends. It's not going to be just one person in there. They're going to bring their 1 or 2 friend because someone is going to need help if they need Narcan. So how do you control that? That's my thing. What is the logistics in that? And how do you really control it? And how fast do you remove the member and then place that person on homeless? And then how do you do that with heart? And the other thing down here in the bottom, they proposed a turnaround. And this turnaround that they have here is directly, right here, is directly behind my neighbor's house. She's an 80-year-old woman right here, and I have another neighbor that sits here as well that's in this room today. This is my house here, and this yard I've been maintaining, and so is my neighbor. We mow this for the last 15 years, and my kids play here because it's basically like a little field for them, and they want to place a turnaround in here. So, and then I'm looking at the logistics of other areas because they own all of this. Does this mean they're going to put more mini homes over here? Is that it?
1 minute left, please.
Okay. So do I make my point? So, and in the end of the day, you're going to do whatever you're going to do, but really it's the safety of my neighbors and my home.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there somebody else from the public that would like to speak? Is there any questions from the committee for Andrea? Not at this time. Thank you.
Excuse me. I'm Daryl Branscombe from Fredericton. I have a lot at stake. I own the Rossay place, a multi-million-dollar development. I applaud the people that put together this development. It's badly needed, the mini home. And I've studied it, I looked at it, and it's great. But the concern I have is we have now 700 people working at the TD Center, plus we have other tenants, and they're on a shift. So the concern I have is the tent people, the drug users, gravitating towards the development, the mini development that we're talking about, and parking tents, selling drugs, and on our property. We are right next to the property, and many of you know the property. It's all paved, it's all lighted, and all easy access. And I know that they're talking about fences, but you know, a fence can't keep people out. I mean, they'll find ways to get in, or they'll come around the other side and go up the ramp. I'm very concerned that this development might jeopardize the value of our property, or the event that TD, as an example, are concerned with, to a point where they might not renew the lease. And we're talking 700 people. You can do the math on the payroll for the city of St. John, let alone the property taxes that we pay. in that whole area. And the other thing is that it really doesn't seem to be the right location. There's not a lot of ancillary services in that area. And so I'm just wondering whether you should look at other options that would serve the need and the services be closer to the development. So I feel badly that I'm here talking about it, but I gotta protect my investment. If TD leaves, or if I go to sell and you got a development that's impacted by homeless people and drug dealers and all that, can you imagine what the value of our property would be? So I've got a lot at stake. I just want you to know that, and appreciate the opportunity to present my case.
Thank you. Do the committee members have any questions for the speaker? Is there anybody else that would like to speak for or against this proposal? Please come forward and state your name.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Greg Bishop. I'm the Senior Director at the Human Development Council, which is a non-government organization with a mandate to identify and address social issues in the province through information, data, networking, and coordination. I've been with the organization for 12 years, and my main responsibility has been administering a federal program called Reaching Home. There are a number of responsibilities as it relates to the program. One aspect is making investments on behalf of the federal government and community on homeless reduction projects. The others are related to the coordination and integration of local programs. And thirdly, the management of an information management system, which we called HIFIS, which can issue reports based on shelter usage or housing programs on homelessness throughout the province. And some of the information that you would have seen splashed up on the screen earlier as a part of the city's plan is based on the information that we have. We work in Moncton, Fredericton, and St. John primarily, but find ourselves throughout the province as well. I'm not going to share a whole lot on what the data might tell us. I don't think it would be a surprise for you if I were to tell you that homelessness has increased dramatically in our province. And throughout the province, municipalities and various departments within the provincial government are struggling with how to respond. We provide reports on information that looks at annual results. We also do point-in-time counts, which is a snapshot of homelessness that takes 24 hours to complete. And in St. John in 2021, we had about 50 people who were either staying in shelter or outdoors on the night in question. Fast forward to 2023, and that number more than doubled. It was about 130. We just completed the same task in November 20th of 2024. That number's doubled again. We work with municipalities in the province to determine what is the best approach. I can tell you everyone's struggling with figuring this out. And there are really two gears to the response, it would seem. There's the high gear, meeting the crisis in the state of urgency by increasing the number of shelter beds, hubs, drop-in centers, and so on, making sure there's enough food. And then there's that low gear of thoughtful planning on what is the solution here. The high gear and that immediate urgent response is very costly and inefficient. I'm sure you will have seen numbers coming out of the city about the number of emergency calls that are responded to by fire and police. It's also very costly to our healthcare system to have people who are stuck in a state of crisis. What is the solution? Well, housing's a big part of the solution. The only problem is there isn't very much of it. It takes a lot of time to build. And that's been the struggle. And when we look around to say, well, who's going to build the housing? We haven't yet found very many private market developers who are willing to build supportive housing for the type of individuals we're speaking about. There are federal programs and provincial programs that could help pay for the development of these types of models. But it's slow. It's tough going. And if you've ever been involved in a CMHC application, you might think that their goal was to stop development. So what we have here is a community-based organization that's been embedded in St. John for a very long time, who's willing to do some work. There's been a combination of other assets that have made a property available. And I can tell you, for the number of calls that I've received from certain staff, a lot of thought is being put into who is best suited for this type of model and how can we best support them. My understanding is the individuals that are being identified as being a good fit for the model are those who are within a low to moderate need of service. They still have struggles like many people do. But my belief is that the proponents of this application are putting every effort to ensure that the management of the operation is done so in a way that's beneficial to the greater community and to the clients they seek to serve. And for all those reasons, we are very much in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions for Greg? Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak on this? If you could state your name, please.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Mitchell, and I'm with St. John Energy. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today about the Sunnyside Tiny Home Community, an innovative approach that St. John Energy is pleased to have the opportunity to support. As a locally owned and operated utility serving the citizens of St. John for more than a century, community involvement has always been important to us. We feel a deep responsibility to help create an even brighter future for the city. While we're known nationally and internationally as a forward-thinking and innovative utility, we don't just care about innovation in energy or innovation in customer service. We also care about social innovation too. That's why when we were approached about Sunnyside, we were pleased to get behind it in three main ways. First, we were pleased that outside our headquarters on the west side, we have a tiny home set up just like the homes that will be part of this development, and it's been set up for showcasing. Secondly, St. John Energy is donating a portion of the land for this project. And then finally, we have agreed to outfit every home in Sunnyside with a refurbished heat pump. In addition to that, we also have absolute confidence in the leaders and the organizations behind Sunnyside and the track record of success that they have. In particular, St. John Energy has been a champion of the United Way for decades. The United Way has a stellar reputation and does such critical work in helping the most vulnerable in our region, work that aligns with our longstanding commitment to support actions that combat generational poverty in our city. Supporting Sunnyside is important to us because we know the impact that safe, affordable housing can have on people's lives. We are confident that the Sunnyside Tiny Home Community will become a beacon of what's possible when we work together for the common good. By fostering collaboration and adapting proven models to meet St. John's unique needs, this project has a potential to create long-lasting and positive change. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members have any questions? No, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? If you could state your name.
Good evening, Melanie Votor. I'm the Executive Director of Fresh Start Services. We are a local nonprofit that has been working to prevent and now house individuals here in St. John since 2009. We are very much in support of this. My community counterpart, Mr. Bishop, indicated the rising numbers of homelessness. I can tell you as of last Friday, we had 317 sleeping rough and accessing our local homeless shelters. So the number continues to grow. We need to support initiatives that look at supportive housing that actually give us an opportunity to start to get people in off the street. That's coupled with recognizing the concerns of community. When we look at United Way's plan for Sunnyside, they have absolutely taken into consideration all of those pieces that we've identified. In addition, they've been reaching out to community experts here in St. John to actually sit down and say what will work, what won't work, what have we tried, what would be the best way to go forward. So we're very much in support of this. And the truth is there is no place that any residential area will agree is the best place to house individuals experiencing homelessness. We've done this in the North End, not the best place. Uptown, not the best place. East Side is not the best place. But the reality is they're already there. They're our neighbors. And rather than keep them in tents struggling, bring them into houses where they can have hope and the opportunity to change their life. They can't do it while we keep them outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members have any questions? State your name, please.
My name is Elaine Daly. I'm the president of Fernhill Cemetery, and I'm also representing the Sherrod Zedek Cemetery that is part of our property as well. Listening to the comments from people tonight, and I'm sure being as a planning advisory committee, you understand that every project does not want to be in your backyard. And we can appreciate that, but I also know the people that are involved in putting this project together, and I feel quite confident that they're trying to do everything possible to provide all the proper services and make sure that it is well managed and everybody's needs are being met. What I would like to share is the uniqueness of the neighbor that we will be to this development if it's approved on that location. Fernhill Cemetery has been in existence for about 175 years. It covers a large area there. We as a board are in charge with making sure that the property is well maintained and managed. No damage comes to any of the grave sites or anything. It's sacred ground. And we take our responsibility very seriously. And it is important to us to be sure that it's not the people that would necessarily live in the development. It would be the unintended people that may come around that could pose the problems to our property. And we'd like to be able to work with the United Way and the other members of the people that are going to manage it to make sure that our concerns are addressed and that we have the security and means to monitor if there's people that are not supposed to be around, who would share in that cost and how it would be done. It's very important that no damage is done to the cemetery because it would be extremely bad press for everybody concerned, the city, the community, us, and everything, to have the sacred ground that we've been entrusted to manage and maintain be harmed in any way. The families are depending on us to look after their property. It's a beautiful park. It's unique that it's not just like any other park. It's quite special, and it deserves special attention as we're planning on how this will be monitored and maintained.
Well said, Elaine. My name is Peter Graham. I'm a board member at Fernhill for 14 years. So we're neither in favor nor opposed. We just want to make sure that everything that we addressed in the letter to the PAC is met and is done well. And if something goes wrong, we want a phone number of somebody to call. And if there's stones wherever defaced, we'd like to know who we're going to send the bill to. So we haven't had any trouble out there. Everything's been very good, but we got the Jewish cemetery there and we're very aware. Thank God nothing's happened, but that's the way we want to keep it. So anyway, it's a source of pride. Everybody that comes through there, they walk their dogs. It's a great place to socialize, hang out, and everybody chit chats and they go around, get exercise. So we're proud of it and we want to keep it that way. So thank you.
Thank you. And we are in receipt of your letter and of the questions that you have.
Yes, it's well written.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brad.
Committee members have any other questions?
Chairman. Thanks,
Counselor?
Mr. Chair. Not a question, but hang on to this through the past couple of speakers. The Planning Advisory Committee, we're a land use planning crew, but this is obviously a conversation that's much bigger than land use. But without going too far afield, I'd recommend not just a letter to PAC with regards to this development, but this development is part of a whole bigger plan to support folks in homelessness, right? Like, this isn't the piece in Milledgeville that has communal kitchens and bathrooms, right? If you look at the pictures, each of these is a tiny home with its own kitchen and bathroom. It's not that level. It's not a green zone where people will have an opportunity to move to, from tents. So it's not, affordable units in an apartment building, right? This is somewhere in that continuum.
Yeah.
But the reason I bring that up is the city is currently developing as part of that continuum were internal processes on red zones and green zones. And I would suggest that, one of the leaning spots for red zones, once we figure things out, is that cemeteries, being sacred areas that they are, be no-go zones for everybody to do everything that you explained for us. So I just throw that out there for maybe a letter to council, just knowing that that process is going on to remind council to please make cemeteries red zones while we go through this process. But I would also suggest that that could be an advantage to this development being where it is, because if cemeteries do become red zones, then that's a neighbor that helps protect and put a bit of a bubble around what's being proposed tonight to help do exactly what you folks were suggesting. So
Like the reason I said we're neither for it nor against it, we recognize the need in the community. I've been talking to Wayne Long over the last couple of years and a few other people about how do we solve this? How do we move it? Where do we make a real change? So I'm very,
thank you for that.
excuse me, I'm very aware, but we also have to protect the assets that we're entrusted with. And there is 48,000 title holders to Fern Hill. Most of them are deceased, but there's still quite a few living. And a lot of people are very, very passionate about their relatives, Aunt Martha, their grandmother, and all that. And if somebody comes in and defaces a stone, and God help anybody that gets into the Jewish cemetery, I mean, it would be terrible, with what's going on. So we're aware. So we need to make sure that everything that we addressed in that letter and everything, everybody's well-intentioned saying that the words are not just fluffy, they have substance. So if we want a name, if something goes wrong, we want to know who to call. So without sounding too tough, that's about as good as I can put.
Thank you both for your presentation, Council. Is there anybody else who would like to speak for or against this proposal?
Hi, I'm David Alston, and I'm one of the volunteer co-leads for the project. I just wanted to give a little bit of history as to how we landed on the site. So about a year ago, there was some discussion that was you could see in the paper in terms of council trying to figure out what to kind of do with the overall situation. And I know there was a number of proposals that were being put forward, and I thought, having been close to the development of the 12 Neighbors through a friendship, the Bruns are friends of ours, family friends, I had seen the amazing progress that had been made over the last number of years. And having visited that a number of times, seen the impact of the actual neighbors that you get to meet and kind of the chance they have to rebuild their lives and reconnect and find employment and so on and so forth. And so from that perspective, I reached out and said, would some of the folks like to go up and see 12 Neighbors firsthand, because they hadn't seen what that looked like and what kind of impact it had. And it was amazing to go up there. And since then, I met with Steve Bellier, who's the other co-lead, who was also doing something at the same time in a very similar way. Steve sends his regrets tonight for not being able to make it tonight. So it was that when Steve and I both came together and said, how can we see if we can do the same here in St. John? We've got a number of solutions that are being created, But similar to Fredericton and like any other city, we need a full spectrum of solutions for people in different situations. From that perspective, we volunteered and started to look around and try to understand where would be the best place to go. So asking Marcel at 12 Neighbors, like what should the priorities be? Number one would be it has to be on a bus route. Number two, it has to be close to a food source, because a lot of folks, if they're clearly on, a lot of them will be on social assistance and in affordable housing model, they don't necessarily have cars. So they need to be able to walk or take the bus to a food source and get groceries at competitive rates. And then thirdly, it has to be in an area that is near facilities in terms of plugging into sewer and water and so on and so forth. So those are the top three things. And so we started a bit of a volunteer quest, going all over the city, looking everywhere, looking at all the food sources, drawing a certain like 25-minute to half an hour walk from each one, and then literally going and looking at all these locations. And by far the one that kept popping up over and over again after looking at least a dozen different places was this location in Sunnyside. And the fact that it hadn't been developed yet, had been sitting there for years on the books as a development, kind of was a bit of a, like, this is perfect because it has so many of those features on a bus route, near food source, easy to plug into the services. And since we found out too, since we did some test digs, it's also sitting mostly on earth, not rock, which if you've done development in St. John, that's pretty rare. So it also keeps the costs down potentially on putting those services in. Because in the end, this is not a for-profit project. This is a project to try to help people who are at a certain point of their life ready to move forward, ready to reconnect with community, ready to work on themselves. This is not, no one's being forced to live in this community. It's people that are really looking for that opportunity to rebuild their lives. And essentially that's what we see when we went to 12 Neighbors. And it was like, we need something like this in St. John. And ideally, since we have been able to kind of announce that project, there's been many, many people come forward in support of that in order to allow these people that think about it. When we talk about trying to create an inclusive society, so many folks that are homeless on the street, for whatever reason, often get looked over, not even seen. They're completely not seen. And these are human beings. These are people with lives. For whatever reason, they're there on the street. And if they want to rebuild their lives, ideally, we find a solution that allows them to do that. And this is one of those key ways. Again, multiple solutions that we need across the board, clearly. This is only up to 75, and the number keeps growing. But it's a chance to help focus on the folks that are ready to move forward. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Do any committee members have questions?
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Paul Atkinson. I'm an emergency physician here in St. John. Mr. Chair, committee members, I want to begin by thanking you all for your dedication to this community, for spending time here every month, reading lots of letters, listening to lots of proponents and opponents of different proposals. I was very tempted to stay at home this evening. It's very cold. I walked my dog, my feet got cold. 15 minutes, I thought, no, I better go. I moved to this city 15 years ago I grew up in Belfast in Ireland. And one of the things I loved about St. John when I moved here was that, as you're demonstrating tonight, we have a community. We have a strong community. We look out for each other. I'm a physician, I'm a doctor, I work in the emergency department. In my career, I have delivered babies, and I have seen people die and treated most things in between as an emergency physician. When we come into this world, we're homeless, we're naked, we have nothing. And often when we die, we leave our home behind us, we leave our possessions and our life, the stories, what we gather together in between is who we are, it's what we have. We put it together, we form a community. Most of us are lucky. When we're born naked and homeless, somebody's there to pick us up and take us home, to love us, to nurture us, to give us some values, and we contribute to the community around us. But not everyone is so fortunate, and their pathway at some point can lead to them needing us. Needing us. Somebody to take them, help them, show them a home, put them back on the right track, move them on. As a physician, though, with 30 years of experience, and including as the outgoing head of emergency medicine here in St. John for 4 years, I have seen firsthand how our healthcare system struggles to serve this community currently. And it's increasingly strained by many things, including homelessness. Emergency departments where I work are designed to be the safety net, and we're very proud to be the safety net for this community. But how do we fulfill that role when we're also the admitting area, the holding area, the primary care provider, and on evenings like this and this time of year, the place where people come because they've nowhere else to go and they're not feeling well on a Canadian evening. Homelessness significantly impacts emergency departments and hospitals across Canada, leading to increased healthcare utilization and associated costs. In 2023 in Canada, there were approximately 30,000 individuals experiencing homelessness who were admitted to Canadian hospitals. Now, statistics are just numbers, but I think this one's important. These admissions were prolonged, notably averaging over 2 weeks, nearly double the national average for days in hospital. So unhoused people spend twice as long in hospital. So consequently, the average cost per hospitalization of homeless patients is nearly $17,000 per admission, compared to about $7,000 for housed individuals. Now, there's a variety of conditions, and we all like to picture the homeless person and imagine that these are all because they required resuscitation from taking drugs, but that's not true. These people also get pneumonia, they get cellulitis of their feet, they have diabetes, they have the same problems, plus they have nowhere to provide them with security. They don't have an address, perhaps, to help them with some of the normal, the access to healthcare that we all take for granted. They don't have money to pay for their medications and often lose things because they don't have security. So it's a challenge for them to stay well, and so the added cost falls back on society. And it's increasing, as has been pointed out. Now, emergency departments serve as primary access point for healthcare for many experiencing homelessness. Many or most do not have a family doctor or can't access them. 93% of the 30,000 hospitalizations I mentioned in Canada came through the emergency department. So this, if nothing else, places an extra strain on one of the services we all use, which is our healthcare system. So homelessness, to point out something that is so obvious and has been spoken to already, has profound consequences, not just for the homeless, but for the entire community. And I think we're realizing this more and more. It leads to preventable health issues, overwhelms emergency services, diminishes the quality of care for everyone. And as we know, in the past 4 years, it's now a crisis here. So we need to build more homes immediately. There's clear evidence that supportive housing initiatives can break the cycle of homelessness. It's not just charity, it's intervention. Breaking that cycle can result in us dealing with many of the health problems that these folks have, and there's evidence for this, and many examples, some of which are local and just up the road in Fredericton. So to close, this proposed Sunnyside 75-unit community with its integrated wraparound support services is a critical part of the solution. It's not the whole solution, but it is part of it. It offers not just housing, but stability and resources people need to rebuild their lives. And every delay in this project compounds the suffering of those who are unhoused. and intensifies the pressure on our healthcare system here in St. John. So we must do everything possible to ensure these homes are built and ready for occupancy before next winter. Therefore, speaking individually and not on behalf of Horizon Health, I fully endorse the proposed zoning change to make this project a reality. It's essential for the health of our community and for the sustainability of our healthcare system. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any committee members have questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak? State your name, please.
Yep. My name is Courtney Figler. I am a social worker and the director of advocacy at Just Us We All Struggle Inc., a local mental health charity that is located at 307 Westmoreland Road, just across the road from the proposed tiny home community site. When I learned that this project was going to be on the east side of the city, I was happy. But when I found out exactly where it was proposed to be, I was quite excited. What an amazing opportunity for collaboration and community growth. At Just Us, we've been inspired by the success of a similar community in Fredericton known as 12 Neighbors, and we've partnered with them in the past to provide on-site counseling services. Their project has demonstrated the potential for these types of communities to provide stability, dignity, and opportunities for those who need it most. We're eager to see this level of success for the Sunnyside project and to support its growth as a vibrant and impactful community resource. The work we do at Just Us has taught us an important lesson. Without access to safe, stable housing, it's nearly impossible for someone to focus on their mental health or to build a better future. How can you heal if you don't know where you'll sleep at night? How can you hold down a job, support your children, or even dream about tomorrow when you're worried about today? Housing is not just a roof over someone's head. It's the foundation for stability, growth, and hope. It's the first step toward thriving, not just surviving. Unfortunately, far too many people in our city do not have that foundation. An individual is considered in core housing need if their housing does not meet adequacy, suitability, or affordability standards as defined by the CMHC, and they would have to spend 30% or more of their before-tax income to access acceptable local housing. According to StatCan, 1 in 5 Canadians with mental health-related disabilities live in core housing need, and these individuals are more than twice as likely as those without disabilities to experience this reality. These numbers represent real people in our community, our neighbors, our friends, and even our family members. Imagine a young person fresh out of foster care with nowhere to go, or someone who just left an abusive relationship with no savings, or a senior on a fixed income who's lived in the same apartment for 20 years, only to find their rent raised beyond what they can afford. These are not hypothetical situations, and they are not rare. This is the reality for so many in our community. This project offers more than a roof. It provides the chance to build a future. I know that some may have concerns about this project, but research and experience show that supportive housing, when well managed, does not harm communities. It strengthens them. The availability of high-quality, affordable homes enables individuals to spend a greater share of their income on nutritious food and other essentials that promote good health. This reduces strain on emergency services, lowers healthcare costs, and creates an environment where everyone can succeed. I, and Just Us, have full confidence in the United Way to operate this project efficiently and safely for everyone. The name of the organization I work for, Just Us, was born out of the idea that there is no us and them. There is just us. Our struggles may look different, but we all have them. At the end of the day, we are all human, and it's up to each of us to do what we can to lift others up. This project is an opportunity for us to show what kind of community we want to be. A community that sees everyone as deserving of dignity and opportunity, that gives people the chance to heal, grow, and thrive. A community that does not turn away from the vulnerable, but instead offers a helping hand. When we invest in people, when we create the conditions for stability and growth, the entire community benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members have any questions? Oh, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Fraser Wells. I'm chair of the board for the St. John Region Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here in support of Sunnyside Tiny Home Community Initiative. Let me start by saying that business owners in the St. John region are growing more and more concerned about the increasing number of people experiencing homelessness in our city. In fact, in our survey to our 650 plus business members this summer, they indicated that this is one of the top 3 priorities that needs to be addressed. It's a tough, multi-layered challenge, but in business, we often find that practical problems demand practical solutions. And right now, one of the most practical, effective solutions we can offer is simple: build more affordable homes. That's why the Sunnyside Tiny Home Community is a project that we need to rally behind. With 75 homes and wraparound support services, this initiative directly addresses the housing shortage while giving people the stability they need to tackle their challenges and work toward a brighter future. This isn't just about helping individuals. It's about building a city where every person has a chance to succeed. When more people in St. John have access to safe, affordable housing, our entire community benefits. Local businesses grow alongside a healthier, more stable workforce. We attract new talent and investment. We create a city where everyone, from families to entrepreneurs, can thrive. On behalf of the Chamber, I urge the Planning Advisory Committee to approve the necessary zoning changes so that we can get this project off the ground and start moving St. John toward a better future for everyone. Let's be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members have questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Derek Oland. I'm a member of BCAPI, and I'm also involved with David and Steve on hoping that you people will approve this application this evening. If you're living in an encampment in St. John and there's hundreds of people living there, you're never going to get better if you live there because you're too busy staying warm, eating, and you don't have ready access to medical care because we're all having trouble doing that these days. And so nobody out there is going to get any better living there. If you don't have a place to live, and get healthy to deal with your issues, whether they be alcoholism or drugs or mental health, you're not going to get it sitting there, in a tent, worried about, your livelihood. And so I've spent time with Marcel Lebrun, and I've been to the 12 Neighbors, which is right across from Walmart and right beside an indigenous settlement. And so this project is one that'll get 75 people, and maybe a few more, maybe up to 100, but no way 150, would get them a place where they can live and get healthy and keep warm. Some people that move in Fredericton to the 12 Neighbors place, they go in and they don't come out for 4 days because the place is all found with food and it's a very comfortable place. And it's because the first time they've been to a place where they don't have to worry about somebody else stealing their gear, or even with a fire that's trying to keep them warm. And so what Marcel Lebrun found and put into effect was that unless you have a place to live, and it doesn't have to be very big, you're not going to be able to access the right kind of medical care and to deal with your various issues. And there's been a lot of talk tonight about, the issues, but I know, because I've been there and I've talked to them, that it is a place where the people there have rules. And the rules are no drugs, no issues, no all the issues of a civilized place. And there are people there supervising this 24 hours a day. And so if they find an issue, they deal with it and bring a new rule in. They don't, they're not allowed to have, to get any drugs in. They don't, they have to obey the rules. And frankly, if they don't obey the rules, they go. Because it is a place for people to heal. And 17 out of the 100 are actually employed now that were not employed before. Some of them even went in and, because there were 100 houses, little houses built, some of them even went in and became carpenters and laborers there. And so it's a tremendous experience that we should do, because St. John needs it desperately, that we get places where these people can have a decent life and get better. And so I'm speaking, very much in support of what we're doing, and I have great confidence in the United Way, the way they handle it, that it's going to be a great success. In a year or two, we'll be so proud we did it. And the only thing that should happen then is we should have more of them around the city so that we can get these tent villages away and get these people into a place where they can be cured and join society, in a normal way. That's the only way we should be treating our people. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Committee members have any questions? Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Arlene Dunn, and I am the CEO of the St. John Construction Association. I also spent about 3.5 years with the previous provincial government, so this is an issue that's near and dear to my heart and quite well known within government circles, as well as a previous MLA for the St. John Harbour riding, something that became of paramount importance to me when I was the MLA. So I'm going to follow up on Derek's comment with respect to the fact that the 12 Neighbors Project is something that's sustainable, it's viable, it's an important community element that's actually thriving. And I, like Derek, as well as David Alston, made that trip to Fredericton to visit the 12 Neighbors community. And I want to speak just very importantly about something that we don't necessarily talk about often, which is we talk about the problem, but we sometimes don't talk about the solution. And I think it's important for us to remember, one of the previous speakers said this evening, that the individuals who are going to be residing in this community are actually going to be taken from the by names list. And when I was in government, the number one demographic on the by names list was actually males, single males over the age of 55. There's no reference to addictions. There's no reference to mental health. It was simply a demographic. It was males who have slipped through the cracks for whatever reason. And I think it's important for us to think about that. I also think it's important for us to acknowledge the fact that people do have concerns. And it's paramount for us to understand that and to address it. And I would say that one of the reasons why we're here tonight is that everybody wants to work together on this particular issue, because we know it's paramount in the city, it's growing every single day, and we see it. I'm actually on the corner of Germain and Queen Street, and there's encampments very near to my office, and we see people on a daily basis walking by. And in that particular building, which has been there for a really long time, it is a construction association. It's actually the oldest construction association in Canada. And I would say my predecessor, Pat Dara, who's no longer with us, probably never had to lock the door at the association. We see now that we do actually have to lock the door, but it's not necessarily because we're afraid. It's because people wander in looking for a place to shelter, to take warmth, and maybe get a snack or have a cup of coffee or have a chat. And I think as community members, it's really important for us to recognize that. The other thing that I think is important to recognize is the fact that there is a way to actually do this and do it right. And I can attest to the fact that when I was in government, and also when I made that trip to the 12 Neighbors Project, that it actually does work. And it was really interesting because the day that we went there, we were inside the tiny homes, and we were asked a question, what do you think the most important thing is here in this particular house for these residents? We looked around, we said, well, maybe a microwave, maybe somebody could take a microwave, maybe somebody could pick up a chair, etc. And the response from Josh Lebrun was, actually, the most important and coveted item in this particular home is that padlock on the door. Because this is the first time these people have slept, in some cases, for 6 months. It's the first time that they've been safe for many, many months. And it wasn't them being concerned about the resident that was there. It was about them being concerned about what someone could do if they entered the community with that resident who was trying to actually rebuild their life. I think that's important for us to recognize. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is when I was there, and not obviously in the construction industry at the time, but I spoke to a young woman who was working there. And Derek did speak about the number of jobs and the opportunities there and the fact that out of the 100, there's 17 that are currently working, some of whom have actually started their own business. So the young lady who I spoke to that day said to me, I'm really concerned about the fact that we're very near to our last home that we're going to build. And she said, I want to be a red seal carpenter. I'm on my 3rd block, and I'm just hours away of actually writing my last block, so I too can become a red seal carpenter. I think it's important for us to recognize that. This particular project offers lots of opportunity around skilled trades, around building that resource. We can utilize the people potentially that are going to be living there as residents, but we can also utilize the people in our communities. And I just learned recently from actually working with the St. John Learning Exchange, if you can imagine, there's 500 to 600 kids every single year in this region that slip through the cracks, meaning they don't finish high school. Maybe there's an opportunity for us to train those kids. Maybe they too can become carpenters, electricians, plumbers, pipe fitters, etc. And Lord knows we need people building homes. We're in a critical situation, not just in St. John, but right across the country. Why not use this opportunity to reflect on something positive, to rebuild, to make our city, the city is actually innovative, utilizing new construction practices. And because these homes are smaller in nature, we can be very innovative. So I'm hoping that the folks here tonight, number one, I want to impress upon you the importance of supporting this project. But number two is the fact that we want to acknowledge the concerns of the citizens who are here tonight speaking on behalf of their communities. There is a way to do this. There's a way to do it right, and we know how to do it. And I'm hoping that you will support this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Any committee members have questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else from the public that would like to speak for or against this proposal? Please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Washburn. I'm the president of Congregation Sherzadek here in St. John, and we own and operate the Sherzadek Cemetery. And this is Lori.
My name is Lori Cohen-Hackett. I'm on the congregation board, and I'm also president of the St. John Jewish Historical Museum. Go ahead.
My questions are more related to process, in that we have put in a submission which has at least 15 questions that we had around the project, and I'm assuming we would get a response to that.
We will address most of these questions when the proponent comes back up. We'll go through some of these questions. Some of these are not in under the control of the Plan Advisory Committee and not into anything to do with the actual rezoning. Those are issues that deal with policing and security, and those are things that are beyond the control of this committee.
So would we need to put those questions to those people?
Those questions would have to either go to council or police or to the appropriate persons that are affected by those.
So would we determine that? Would we determine to whom they should go and make sure they go there?
City staff should be able to help you with that.
So when we get questions, and I believe we got this one today, we will provide copies to the applicant, so they will be able to start compiling the information they've gathered. And as well, we can reach out to our colleagues for any questions that are directed to other service areas and not the land use components that would be under consideration by PAC and council as part of the rezoning, some of the more operational components.
And then they would get back to us?
They would be able to provide a response to the applicant, and then we can take a look at them and see if we can make contact between you and any of the individuals in question.
The second issue around process, a public hearing is to be held in February. I'm assuming because of the number of presentations tonight that a recommendation from the committee would not be going to council until after the public hearing.
No, so with the process, this is, council has established the public hearing date. This is an opportunity for PAC to provide technical advice to council on the application. And then at council on February 10th, this entire process will happen again. There will be a public hearing where anyone who spoke tonight will be able to speak. Council will go through the bylaw readings, typically first and second reading that night, and then third reading at a later date. So this is essentially, PAC will provide a recommendation, but council will be the deciding body.
But would that recommendation go before the public hearing or after?
So as part of the tonight's events, after this public session closes, where everyone gets up and speaks, the committee will have a discussion and they will vote on recommendation. So staff's recommendation is before them. That recommendation would go to council and they would take that into consideration, as well as hearing the feedback from the public during the public hearing. And they'd use all that information to render their decision.
But you would make a recommendation before the public hearing?
Yes, because recommendation from staff is based on the technical assessment, and then PAC here has reviewed staff's technical assessment and is hearing feedback from the public, and they will give a recommendation to council based on all that information.
Do you have a question?
We understand the need for this. I've been listening tonight, and it's very apparent that the need is there. But speaking from the cemetery, from my heart, and I follow along with what Fernhill, what Elaine and Peter have said, who's responsible for anything that were to happen at the cemetery? Is that United Way? Is that us? Is that the city? We'd like to know that. My parents are buried there. My grandparents are buried there. My great-grandparents are buried there. And I just want to ask the audience, how many of you have family members who are in Fernhill Cemetery?
Sorry, we've got to stay focused on
All
us,
right.
on the committee,
Okay, but-
and we're dealing with the rezoning of the piece of property. But I appreciate what you're doing, and I did find your letter to be well-written and well thought out with questions, and we're certainly aware of that, and it will be something that we will address with the proponent when they come back up.
Beyond the submission, just based on my attendance tonight, I see the rezoning includes land that runs down behind the residential properties on Westmoreland Road, and I'm wondering why that has to be the case. People have mentioned sight lines, which disturbs me a little, in that we can have this project, but nobody wants to see it, at least from that perspective. What is the chance that it's going to expand if it's successful? And we certainly hope it would be. And would it then just be on the opposite side of the avenue from the cemetery? And why can't that piece of the land be separated from the rezoning?
That would be something that we would have to deal with. It's not part of what's coming to us tonight. So all we're dealing with tonight is the proposal that's brought to us tonight. And there has been no proposal or anything further on any expansion or anything further than what is brought to us this evening.
I hesitate to mention this, but as a Jewish community, we're quite sensitive to the ghettoization of vulnerable populations. And I know philosophically you'd have to look at that in terms of putting a group of vulnerable poor people in one area. So I just wanted to express that. And our concerns are more around construction, actually, than they are. And I know someone mentioned the earth. Well, our cemetery has a lot of rock, and we're concerned about blasting and dust and noise and things around the construction more than the operation, I think. So,
And again, who's responsible?
Yes.
for-
Blasting is beyond the control of our city. It's all under control of the provincial regulations. But at that point, then they have to come out and check all those things. But by the sounds of it, blasting will not be required at this site.
Okay. Thank you.
And just one more question. They're talking about having the wraparound community there at the site. And I'm just wondering if that's 24/7 or if that's just 9 to 5 or what it is. And I
Proposal
think,
shows 24/7.
sorry? Okay, so cameras, but people.
We'll ask the proponent, when they come forward, we'll ask them that question.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on this?
All right, you sort my name is Jamie Conley. I live at 263 Westmoreland Road, which is pretty much right across from Fernhill, the second driveway. I just wrote something up there. So, yeah, I moved from uptown on Queen Street because I was tired of people sleeping in my hallway. So we moved over east to get away from this. We do walk Fernhill Graveyard every day. It's beautiful and well kept. It's very peaceful there. It's a nice place to walk my dog and clear my mind, right? There's no drugs, there's no garbage, anything there. It's a beautiful place. And if you haven't been there, I recommend you do it because like the head tombstones there are just amazing. Like, I don't know how you'd replace any of those if they ever got damaged. Like, I don't think you could, right? That would be into the thousands. However, I do love the idea of getting rid of homelessness, as everyone anywhere wants to get rid of, right? However, I don't agree with this specific spot. I mean, $10 million to build this, that's a lot of money for 80 mini homes, right? Like $133,000 a house, right? That's about 300 square feet, give or take, right? So I did have a few questions on this. I was just curious, who's going to be paying for the taxes of these homes on the property? Is it going to be put off to St. John or to people that live in St. John? Who's paying for the water, the sewage, the lights? I mean, where is it? It's great for St. John Energy that's going to donate the 80 heat pumps. I said, but I mean, boy, my 82-year-old neighbor and his wife could use one of those refurbished heat pumps, that's for sure. Fixed income, property taxes are going up, heat and lights are going up. And I think he's been trying for years. So, I mean, it's good that they can just bypass these other people that are potentially going to be going on to one of these or a tent, right? So that stuff like that could help prevent, right? So I'm just, I mean, I agree with them getting heat pumps. It's awesome. But I mean, there's people that are struggling that could use that heat pump right now, right? Probably 2 weeks ago, me and a girlfriend, her sister dropped off her niece, 19-year-old niece. She got in an accident when she was 15, and she got a broken neck, broken back, and, was injured and got on to drugs, right? And recently, probably about a year or two ago, she was dating a guy that he was getting fentanyl from the regional hospital, apparently, right? That was working there. So she was addicted to that, and she said she wasn't, and her mom dropped her off, and we gave her the chance, right? It's simple, finish your school. There's lots of food here, eat, do whatever you need. If you have any issues or if you feel, anything that's coming on that you need help with, to try and talk to us, right? And we were very open. I asked her a bunch of times, like, rules, don't bring any drugs into this house. We got animals and we don't want that in this house, right? We want this place to be safe for you where you don't have to worry about anything like that. Like these houses, you're going to build a foundation for them so they can grow. We tried doing that, lasted about 2 weeks. You could see, it was kind of hard to tell. You can't always tell if someone's on drugs unless you're highly trained in that area, right? With years of experience. But anyways, the girlfriend was watching very closely and seeing, that her pupils were bigger, and she said she was going to go for a drive with a friend, and she asked her why her pupils were so big, and she said, oh, I'm just happy to go see my friend. And she's like, you can drug test me if you want. And she's like, oh, no. So anyways, we woke up in the morning. I went and got a drug test for her. Anyway, she said, oh, no, I'm not going to pass that because I did fentanyl a month ago. It's like, no. I said, it'd be out of your system probably in a week or two. But anyways, she wouldn't do it, which is fine. And she ended up moving with her friends, right? So unfortunately, we weren't set up for it. And like, these people need more than just like 75 people. Like, we're 2 people trying to look after her. I mean, we don't got the experience that others do, but 2 people can't do it. However, there's 75 people potentially, they said it could be even more, like 100, 150. How can 20 people or 30 people look after 150 people in need for this? Like, that's her family. Like, she's heartbroken. And it's just like, and I mean, not all of them are going to be like that up there, right? But by mixing them with the people that pass that and get away from that, I mean, it's potentially a disaster, right? So I just had a couple other questions to finish up here. Same thing as others mentioned, like who's paying for the damage to these houses and businesses? How are they going to have increased police presence in that area? Which is huge because, I mean, look how busy the police force is now, right? Like I've seen just fire trucks going up and down our street like crazy. It's just, it's crazy, right? Yeah, so in closing, I mean, everybody works to try and move out of their houses, to buy your house, to raise a family. Most used to be, you know what I mean, you can move out 18, 19, 20, buy a house and, you know, start your own family and stuff. Now it's 30 or 40, right? And then hopefully you try to pay it off before you retire, right? I've been trying to pay extra payments to pay my house off and stuff, right? So, I mean, moving these into this area will most definitely decrease my property. Like if right now I could probably get, I don't know, 300 grand from my place. And they move that in there, I don't know what I would get. So, I mean, a house is supposed to be an investment. It's not supposed to be a spot that you lose money in. So, I mean, I don't understand like why, like I chose to live there, but at the same point, I didn't think they'd be moving 75 to 100 or 150 mini homes up there, right? Like all my money I always put into my mortgage to pay it off. So when I get older, it's paid for and I don't have to worry about that stuff, right? And that's going to put a damper in mine. Like I'm going to have to, I don't know if that goes in there, I'm going to have to sell my house and try to get what I can get. And I like living where I'm at. That's why I moved from Queen Street over to there and walk across the street and beautiful, beautiful place over there. Like I walk it every single day until the last 6 weeks when I got knee surgery, every day. And the people, there's jogging, bicycling, there's no needles, nothing there. And like, I don't understand how they're going to guarantee the place isn't going to have needles in there. It's the closest spot that they can just go in there and do that, right? So that's all I had to say. And like I said, I've been living there for a few years now. The traffic's very high there now as it is, like especially Christmas time, it's almost backed up to the other end of the road. And then you want to move in another 100, 150 people in there and put another set of lights in that's already got 6 sets of lights there within 2 kilometers. Like I'll never get out of my driveway. Anyways, that's all I had to say. And like I said, I do agree with getting anyone out of the cold. Like it's freezing out there, but I really don't think this is a spot for that. So that's all I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jamie. Any committee members have questions? John, you've been putting your hand up. Yeah.
I'm not normally known as a patient man, but I've been patient tonight. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is John Wheatley, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of a group of business property owners that share concerns about the location for this project. And if I can get this to work, what do I push? The arrow button is right. Okay. So I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of a group of businesses, Canadian Tire, Crosby Molasses, DKB Enterprises, the TD Service Center, Mr. Branscombe spoke earlier, East Point Shopping, Leon's Furniture, the Mediterranean Restaurant, Motorsport Plus, and the Tide and Hospitality Group, who are the owners of Parkway Mall. Collectively, all these businesses, who are primarily locally owned, employ hundreds of people. They contribute millions of dollars to the city tax base, and they certainly deserve to be listened to and that their opinions be respected. I want to make it clear that our appearance here tonight should not be taken as any indication that we are anything but very supportive of the proposed tiny homes. Our community's got a problem, and we must manage this current homelessness situation, and the development of tiny homes is certainly a step in that direction. The location selected for the tiny homes is very, very critical, both to the success of the project and to the impact that this may have on the community. And that's what I want to speak to tonight. And you've received information from a variety of sources, including the staff report. And tonight I want to make some comments about the staff report because I think it contains some information or misses some information that is very germane to the issue. I found it very interesting to note that the many letters of support that were submitted only talk about the project. Very few or none commented on the appropriateness of the proposed location. Conversely, those who were submitting concerns about the project were not speaking negatively of the project, but only their concerns about the location. So it's very obvious that no one appears to be against establishing the tiny homes community. It's the location that is of a concern. There's two things I want to address tonight. One is the potential impacts associated with this location and the lack of consultation that's gone into that selection, and the obvious lack of alignment with the city's municipal plan. The written body of the staff report makes no reference to the many concerns expressed by neighbors, residents, or businesses relative to location, and we believe that gives the report somewhat of an unbalanced view of this application. When many vulnerable persons are concentrated and isolated in one location, there are going to be impacts that must be proactively managed, and impacts that have been expressed to us when we researched the 12 Neighbors community in Fredericton. We have met and spoken with the Fredericton City Police Community Policing Officer. We've talked to the owners of the adjacent Smart Center Shopping Center in Fredericton. We've talked to several store managers in that area. And we referred to a recognized expert in community mental health services and homelessness, Dr. Tim Aubry from the University of Ottawa. All of these concerns that we have raised have previously been submitted to you, both in our submission to council and to the staff, including a copy of the report that was written by Dr. Aubry. So I'm not going to repeat in detail the areas of concern around vandalism, shoplifting, intimidation, assaults, and panhandling that have already been supplied to you. And the Fredericton Police did tell us that it is mostly the unwanted visitors to the area, not the tiny homes residents, who are the primary source of these incidents. And I understand that this community will have no restriction on visitors. It's your home and you can invite who you wish to come to it. The Fredericton Community Policing Officer also told us that the forested area around the proposed site increases the risk of unwanted visitors coming to the area. So all of those details that have been submitted to staff, if you need more information, obviously they have it. So I'm not going to go to the details of all of the issues, but I am going to tell you a little bit about our position, which is East Point. I think most of you know that I'm very involved in the East Point shopping development. And we are very concerned, as was expressed by some of the other residents, that the impact of this project is going to increase the operating costs of our center, including security. We learned that from the folks in Fredericton. And certainly the potential loss of business because of the activities that are spilling over into the development, the shopping development in Fredericton. Both of these concerns would be very serious to the valuation of our development and would severely limit our ability to continue to invest in this site. We also need to be concerned that the erosion of property tax values and property tax revenues is going to be an issue with the city. And I think I can relate to the comments that I think it was Ms. St. Pierre said earlier about the similar concerns for her property, albeit on a much different scale, but still that concern. So the economic development risk is huge. Simply put, the uninvited elements that could be attracted to this location will put a damper on the planned expansion for housing and commercial enterprises at East Point and other enterprises in the area, and this will change the economics of future investment decisions. Selecting the appropriate location is an important social and economic decision, and it has to be one that is taken proactively and not taken quickly or without a thorough understanding of the potential impacts. I don't know how many of you saw the recent sign that was posted at the Rothsay Avenue Post Office shortly after the opening of the shelter on Rothsay Avenue. Is a stark reminder of those impacts. They were forced to curtail the access hours to their postal lockboxes. Now let's move on to the municipal plan and the policies outlined in the municipal plan. PAC and council should be guided, and I think it was Councillor Sullivan said a while ago that actually they're duty bound to consider the municipal plan when reviewing this application. It really has to support the best interests of the entire community. The staff report, we don't find, has referenced where perhaps are some of the most important policy statements from the municipal plan that relate to this application. And quoting from the municipal plan, the land use framework provides clarity and certainty for residents and businesses wishing to make informed decisions with respect to investment and places to live and work. It creates an expectation of what you think that community is going to be like for the long term. And secondly, it says the park and natural areas will be largely protected from development. Lands in the city, designated park and natural areas, are generally not appropriate for any form of development. These are direct quotes from the municipal plan. Now let's look at some specific policies contained in the plan, and these are the ones that I did not find in the body of the staff report.
John, we're down to the last minute.
I beg your pardon?
We're down to the last minute for your 10 minutes. So, I'm just telling you.
Well, I'll go
everybody 10
as
minutes.
quickly
Yeah.
as I can, okay? Policy LU4 states, not consider changing the designation of lands through a municipal plan amendment unless the proposal is necessary by virtue of a lack of supply of quality land and does not negatively impact the use and enjoyment of adjacent lands and neighborhoods. And we know there is an abundance of land in this city that can be used for residential development. Policy LU 110. Council intends that the park and natural areas designation will permit a range of conservation and appropriate land uses and cemeteries. And we've already heard from the two major cemeteries tonight and their concerns, certainly. And I'll skip over a couple of other comments. But the municipal plan is very clear that protection is provided for park and natural areas. Policy UD 10. Ensure that new development and redevelopment.
I have to tell you that you are over your time now. We allow everybody 10 minutes. I'm sorry, if you've got somebody else.
I could say I'm representing 8 different companies. Does that help?
Just when you make a presentation, that we have to be consistent with everybody. That's what and I mentioned that at the beginning of the meeting. I'm sorry, it's just, otherwise, so we have.
It'll be 2 minutes. There's policy
I
UD
think,
10.
is it the same as what was in the letter that you forwarded?
I beg your pardon?
Is it the same as what was in the letter that you forwarded?
The submission that we submitted yesterday, this information
We
is
have
in
this
there, definitely.
information then. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'm just going to finish up then by saying that, that the staff mentioned referring this report to a number of city departments, but they did not mention referring it to the police. And it's a bit odd when we hear talk about security, padlocks, and why the police were not consulted with the security concerns around this project. Somebody mentioned earlier the red zones. Well, they only I believe they only apply to public property, not private property. So the city has no control over tenant cameras on private properties. Somebody mentioned the Walmart earlier. They didn't mention that they have seen their losses in Fredericton go up to $1 million a year from that store. So I'll just conclude by saying, we're really here tonight only to request that this application be delayed. And that means the application has to be denied. That's the process. But we need sufficient time to decide if this is the best possible location for this site. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do the committee members have any questions? Ann?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just have one comment, John. We've seen you a few times, and you've brought applications before, and they've been sizable, and they've been municipal plan amendments by times, and they've been places that could have been developed other places. And there was I remember a big residential one that happened east, and there was the crossing. So we've had a few. So I don't know that this is different in terms of having done its due diligence, done its homework, found that location that they feel is the best of the list to present for an application. I don't think that's different than what perhaps you've done in the past here. So I certainly wouldn't berate applicants for that, from veering for the plan, which is really just part of the process. I'm just.
If I've used language that suggests I berate the applicants.
Oh, no, I apologize.
I apologize because
Yeah, no,
I know-
you were a gentleman. I didn't mean that.
I
I just
know-
meant in terms of policy, not in terms of you. You're always lovely.
I know,
Yeah.
I know the United Way is a well-recognized and valued institution in our neighborhood, there's no question. I know many of the people involved, they're all excellent volunteers. So if I've in any way inferred that we are
No,
against this
you're-
project, we are definitely not. It is the location and the fact that it is in an isolated location, isolated from residential areas, isolated from services. It is that concern that we have, and the fact that it does not align with your own city's municipal plan that you are bound to follow. That is our issue tonight. It is in no way a reflection on the project, which is an excellent one. It will be well-run. I know these folks are going to do their best job that they can, and it has nothing to do with the nature or quality of the people involved at all. I want to make that abundantly clear. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Now I have a question.
Okay. Councilor Sullivan?
This is not an open house. A project is coming to St. John on mini homes. Where do we put it? What we have before us tonight for consideration is this project in this location. So I just need to know if you are for or against what is before us tonight. This project in this location.
Unfortunately, I understand that, and it makes me say we are very much against it for all of the concerns that we raised tonight. And I know it's conflicting between the project and the location, but it is clearly the location that is the concern to these 8 companies that I'm representing here tonight. It is not the project. But we're definitely, the application tonight, if it cannot be delayed, we would ask that it be denied to give it time to further discuss a more appropriate location. So if your choice is only to approve or deny, then I guess we would definitely say we would ask that it be denied so that the discussion and consultation with the community can continue and find a more appropriate location.
Thank you. Councilor Lowe?
Hi, John. I'm going to explain something for a sec. The sign at the post office, it's across from the cold and warm shelter. There's no wraparound service there. When you go to Somerset Street, it has nothing to do with the city. It's a provincial venture which has wraparound service. The amount of complaints, there was many before. when we did it last year, when we did the building out front, used to be the police station, right? There's very little chatter about anything going on there. Now, this is Somerset Street, the 5 trailers, they're right on site. This here, that they're proposing here today is being run by the United Way. The other one's Fresh Start. This one here has, like I asked, the wraparound service, right? Which is totally different than what's going on in 94 Rossi Avenue. I just wanted to explain that. There's 3 different levels of what's going on. Somerset Street has wraparound service and trailers, which seems there's very little complaints coming from there. Where last year it was ridiculous when they were out front. Then we got 94 Rossi Avenue, which is right across where that sign went up from the post office. That is, I was going to say something, I won't say it that way. It's much different than what these people are trying to do here, and much different than Somerset Street. This one here are run by the United Way and have the wraparound service. And tonight, like, we're talking about mental cases, we're talking about addiction. We forget about the working poor. There's many of them, people living in tents today, they get up and go to work. And we keep forgetting about the working poor. And to me, out of the 4 classifications, they're one of the most important people there is. But anyway, I just wanted to say that to you, John.
No, I appreciate your comments, and I understand that. I've been involved in this community for 50 years, and most recently with the PAC organization. I understand the problem. I've been working with that group, and I'm conflicted by being here tonight that many of my BCAP colleagues are behind me, and I'm like the skunk at the garden party. But we made a commitment to Mr. Bellier and Mr. Olson when we first heard about this project, and that was that we would not run off and make rash decisions. We would research the problems and the issues to the best of our ability before we decided on a course of action. And we did that. I outlined that we went and visited the site in Fredericton. We talked to neighbors, we talked to experts, and we came back, and that is a well-run project. We know that. The project here will be well-run, but it still has brought problems to that neighborhood. We can only deal with the facts that we've been able to learn. We don't know how well it will work out. The United Way is a lovely organization, does great work in fundraising, but their experience in operating a rental property, which is essentially what this is, I think is a couple of months in Halifax. We've been in the rental business for 50 years. We know the challenges as you would about running rental properties. It's a tough business. And we are just concerned as a group of business people that we are going to have to live for many, many years with a use of an adjoining property that's not approved or not really laid out well in the municipal plan and has caused problems in other areas. There are better locations, more integrated with residential communities to allow these folks who desperately need help to integrate with the community, not to be isolated in a fenced-in compound in the middle of what is essentially a commercial neighborhood. Mr. Branscombe has a building up there with 700 people coming and going all day and night. We've been told by the merchants in Fredericton, some of their workers don't like to go out to their cars at night because of the hazards. I only had 10 minutes, and I can't tell you everything we learned, but things we learned, unfortunately, were very concerning to us on this particular location, not the project. It is an excellent idea, and we need it, but it just has to go, in our opinion, in a more appropriate location.
Thank you. Yeah. Is there anybody else that would like to speak for or against this
Thank you.
project?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and committee. My name is Christine Saunders, and I just want to make it clear I'm speaking on behalf of myself today. I attended this evening just to observe, but feel that there's a valuable perspective and important information surrounding wraparound services that I can provide. I started working for Addictions and Mental Health 8 years ago. There was a pilot project that was started to integrate a community team. This team would go into community, provide wraparound services, supporting clients in the community where they're at. on our team, we have multiple disciplines. RNs, social workers, OT, human service counselor, peer support, psychiatrist, and psychologist. I think it's important to note that obviously not everyone in homelessness suffers from addiction or mental health. There are many other circumstances that could lead to this. The importance of being able to provide hands-on wraparound support. In the last 8 years, I have seen a positive impact that this has had on our clients, seeing multiple clients in and out of homelessness, but being able to provide multiple disciplines, providing daily support, providing practical skills, support in the moment goes a long way in helping them maintain housing and also in their recovery. A lot of people spoke to the importance of this, but I feel them emphasizing the importance of wraparound services really will have a positive impact on this community.
Thank you. Committee members have any questions? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, committee members, friends, many of you. I stand here thinking of, there's a lot of friends of mine here tonight that I have to speak sort of against what they're suggesting, in the sense that, as many of you know, I take a lot of pictures. I go all over the city taking pictures. I walk around like King Square, Harbor Passage, and this homeless situation has gotten so bad. You know, they crap in front of you. That's how bad it is. And these are not the ones you're obviously trying to pick the cream of the crop, as Marcel Lebrun has tried to do in Fredericton. But the homeless situation is so bad in this city. I mean, you don't really want to walk uptown. You go to your bank. Can't go into any uptown bank now. If you want to make a deposit after hours, you got to go east or west. This will probably end up closing the bank, you know, the TD Bank, and when it gets in here, if these homeless people get in the woods, like they are up in Fredericton, around this, not on the site itself, it's there around the woods near it. I have seen so much around this city getting bad. I've been threatened, taking pictures up at King Square by homeless people, and I've told them where they can go. That the law doesn't, they'll tell you that you can't take my picture. Yeah, I can take your picture. You're standing in front of a monument. I want to take a picture of it. Get the hell out of the way. Anyway, I think it's too premature to do what you're thinking of doing, or what they're thinking of doing. They need time. There's a lot more issues. It's tent people. This isn't considering them at all. And I've written about it before, is St. John is in a terrible state uptown. You've got places that you don't dare walk at night. Why should a woman not be afraid or not be able to go into a restaurant uptown after hours because of homeless people? And move it out there, you're going to have the same situation that exists in Fredericton. I had a business in Fredericton. I actually had a business on Rossi Avenue years ago. And I saw vandalism and theft back then. But I just see that what I'm hearing is there's an awful lot of property damage and theft going on, and somebody has to slow down, take a deep breath, and figure out another spot. I mean, I heard Mr. Alston say that one of the things was it needed the bus route. Well, that's fine. But then he said you have to have walk to a grocery store. Why the hell do they have to walk to a grocery store? People in Shanix don't walk to the grocery store, they get on the bus. You know, or any of these other places. And you've got some experts on building buildings. You've got Randy Hatfield here who knows his stuff about homelessness. And I think you should get a lot more people together and work on this and work it out, because as you're going right now, you're heading down a path, as the question was said, will this be permanent? It is going to be permanent. And I will point out, I've researched it. United Way, you started in November, 1st of November for your place in Halifax. You have no experience in the property rental business at all.
I'll get you to address the committee, please.
Okay.
Not address the audience.
But I
please.
mean, it's sort of like, oh yeah, we know what we're doing, because we've done
We're
it for
not here
3
to point
months.
fingers, okay?
Yeah.
Let's keep it respectful, please.
Okay, anyway.
Thank you.
I just think that you need to slow down, take a deep breath, and work this out. You got the cart ahead of the horse, big time. Any questions?
Thank you.
Incidentally, the procedure in the old days, when I was on it, was that you had the proponents for first, and then the proponents against after, and I don't know if that's changed, obviously.
Yes, it has.
I have a question, Chair.
Yes.
I just was curious, his name and address?
Oh, Sandy Robertson.
Okay, I thought that was you saying. Okay.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak for or against this? And then we'll take a break.
My name is Dave Grabentz, and I'm co-CEO, co-owner of a company here headquartered in St. John called Innovation Inc. We have a couple of companies here. But I'm not here to as spokesman for them. I'm here to talk on behalf of a foundation that my wife and I have created called If Adapt. And If Adapt is an organization that basically works with nonprofits and alike to encourage them to do more with what they have, more with innovation, and do more with less. It's the challenge of nonprofits. So make an investment in technology, you can serve more people. Maybe merge with another group, you can provide more services to a larger group of people. And so if there's a real problem, we could solve a greater thing with it, the possibility, and adapt is the action required to make sustainable change. And thus, If Adapt. And so we've been working with the community. We actually created a partnership with United Way, looking for organizations to do just that. How can they better themselves? And so we're in the business of giving away money. And you'd think that would be a pretty easy business, but it isn't. When you look for organizations and ask them to change and to make better what they do, it's difficult. People are very busy doing what they're doing, and they can't always see what could be. But I got to say, we've got an organization here with United Way that sees that way. And that's what attracted us to them. And so we've been focused at issues like mental health. We've been focused at issues like homelessness and child development. And we've had about 8 or 9 projects that we funded just in the last year and a half. But when it comes to homelessness, we've been looking for projects that really impress us. And we've worked with one organization that is connected to Hammers to Home and the library, the Tool Library. And they're, doing some cool things. But what impressed us about this program was it was a partnership, it was a program that brought together a lot of players. They are not just doing it by themselves, they're looking to do it with the community. And that is the only way we're going to solve this issue of homelessness in our community, is to do it here, from here, and move step by step to do it. And this is a critical step. This is not going to solve the mental challenges that a lot of people are talking about that have challenges. It's not going to deal with the person that is massively addicted. But it is going to hit a significant portion of the 500 people that are either homelessness or on the verge of, which is critical. It's a critical first step. And we could not see a better project to put our money behind. And so for that, I hope you do kind of act with urgency on this. We can't wait. Now, does the city, does our community have to deal with the other issues of the mental illness, the severe addictions? Absolutely, yes. And I think we need to do that. And I'm encouraging United Way to help do that. As for the location, I think someone said it earlier. You could pick a location and everyone's going to have the issue of not here in my backyard. Well, it has to be in someone's backyard. So, in this particular location, as I looked at it, is a location deemed residential, looking to be residential. Now, you could say, hey, it's a home. These were going to be homes. These are homes. The size is only the difference. So what it really comes down to it is maybe it's people have an issue about who are the people going to live there. Well, we don't all get to select our neighbors. My wife and I have personally moved out of a house because we didn't like our neighbors. No, that wasn't our last house. Just be clear to the people that are our last neighbors. But I think we are looking here at saying, okay, who are the people? Well, they are people that are just like you and I. I think I heard some astounding percentage of people that are only $200 away, $200 a month away from being homeless. I think there's a lot of people that are in that situation. Are they bad people? No. They're hardworking, misfortunate, whatever you want to call it, they're people. And I, for one, would love to have these people as my neighbor. And as a community, we need to have these people as our neighbor. And so my plea is for the people that are in the backyards of this potential new location, is for them to reach out to these people and to make them their new neighbors. And by making them their new neighbors, we will have success, not only just for the people in each other's neighborhoods, but across the community. And so I simply close. I've listened to everything back and forth here tonight. I appreciate you all having the dialogue, but it's actually reaffirmed and strengthened my personal commitment to this project. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any
Committee
questions?
members have any questions? Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to speak for or against this opponent? Before we call up the opponent, because we do have some questions, let's take a 10-minute quick recess, and then we'll give everybody a chance to stretch their legs for a moment. Okay. We can, and it's something to do with this. Oh.
We can provide.
What are we gonna be like? 20 stretch my legs. So she had to leave?
I think so, or she vanished, so.
All right, if we can get people to sit down again, we'll get things back going again. Hello, everybody.
Need a bell.
Yeah. If I could have you take your seats, please. Well, we're certainly going to shake them up. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could get you to take your seats, please, so we can resume the meeting. I will ask everybody to have a seat, please. At this point, I will ask one more time if there's anybody that would like to speak for or against this proposal. A third and final time, is there anybody that would like to speak for or against this proposal? At this time, I believe we'd like to bring the proponents back up, and we've got, obviously, going to have some questions. So at this point, I'll open up the floor to, I'm sure, and we'll start.
Oh, am I on? Oh,
You're-
thanks, Mr. I'm sitting there
lit
waiting
up.
to see who's next. Oh, apparently it's me. Could you speak to some of the concerns? And I would share this concern. It's the unknown. It's like, who's living there? Who's my new neighbor? Like, we do that anyway. Like, who's my nosy? I'm nosy anyway when someone moves into the neighborhood. What's the recourse if things act up? Where does your jurisdiction end? What happens if things pop out outside of it? Is it your jurisdiction as a neighboring community? Are you part of the community together? Like, do you work on those problems? I guess if you could speak to some of that, like, that would probably be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I can. I guess one of the things I want to start by saying that it is really important us to be a good neighbor. That's important for us. And so we're very grateful, we're thankful for the concerns that have been brought forward, most of which we had already heard of because we have been out talking to people ahead of this, so we were aware of those concerns. And what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to build something to mitigate as much as possible. We can't make guarantees, just like I think somebody else said, if somebody builds a house beside me, I can't guarantee who lives there and how loud they're going to play their music or, whatever concerns I might have. But we want to, as much as possible, hear those concerns and try to build, because we still are in the process of fine tuning how all of this is going to work. I don't have all the answers. So I'm not going to stand here today and say, we know exactly how it's all going to operate, because we are still in the process of meeting with people like Melanie. We've met with all sorts of community partners in the community who are doing this type of work, both in St. John, outside of St. John, Moncton, Fredericton. We've talked to all sorts of similar organizations to understand what are the wraparound supports that we need to have there. So the clients that we're hoping to serve in this population, I think Greg said it best. We've been using the term low to mid acuity, but often people don't know what that is. So I think it's low to moderate need of service. So I think I talked to that in our original presentation to say it's people who have the ability to live independently in their home. They have to keep their home clean. They have to keep the inside and the outside of their home clean. They have to be a good neighbor. They have to be able to follow the tenancy agreement that they're gonna follow. Otherwise, they're not. That's not the right fit for this community. So we are not looking to house people who have very severe or high needs that we aren't going to be able to meet with those wraparound supports. So I think that is, really important. Sue? Anything to add?
I would just add, we've recently opened up a very similar community in Sackville, Nova Scotia, and the individuals we're seeing move in are seniors who are retired. We are certainly seeing people on social assistance. We are seeing people get up in the morning and go to jobs. We're seeing people with cars in some cases because they're living in them, but they were living in them and working full time. And now they're able to park their car and go to their home and get up and take their car to work in the morning the way that that they should be able to do. And so I can't promise that there's not going to be people in the tiny home community that are not going to have some level of issues, just same as we can't promise that people in your neighborhood don't have some level of issues. But there are wraparound supports there to provide for them, and we're very careful about putting policies in place and the intake requirements so that we can ensure that we get people into this facility who can best make use of it and become neighbors to each other and to the surrounding community, and have policies and rules in place for them inside. And in the Sackville tiny home communities, what we've done to help mitigate the risks is, for starters, they're starting off in short-term leases. And so they get an opportunity to live in the units for a shorter period of time and then renew their lease for longer and longer periods of time. So we're making sure there's mechanisms in place to make sure that the people are living there, that this situation is best suited for them, because it's no favor to them if we cannot provide the level of supports that they need. That's not good for them, and that's not good for the surrounding community. So we're being very careful about that.
Thank you. I think I have some follow-ups, but I'm just going to leave it for now. And yeah, thanks.
Councilor Sullivan, you have a question?
Thanks, Chair. Somebody asked about expansion. Like, is there 75 units now and then a plan to go bigger?
We can't. Essentially, like the land, we basically went in and did some pre-engineering work on the site. And that's part of where we were able to figure out that there was not a lot of rock. There is a little bit of rock, I will say that. It's not entirely soil, but it's very little. We were very happy to see that it's mostly soil. But we basically made our plan based on the usable land. So there's not a lot of other usable land there. So we can't throw in, 300 more tiny homes. There just simply isn't land. There's a massive elevation change in there. So there's a lot of land that's not usable because of that, because it's severely sloped.
So this site is 75?
This site is up to 75.
Up
yeah.
to 75.
Up to 75.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And kind of follows on what Ann was asking. You've used terms like community standards, tenancy agreements. Can you give a few examples of what those are? I was glad to hear the one about the progressive length of lease. But can you give a few examples? I think folks in the crowd were asking and concerned about rules. Can you give some?
Yeah, so obviously, like anybody's home, these homes are rented, so this is their rental home, so they can do what they want inside of their home. So that is up to the individual to make those decisions. But we will have rules around visitors, around whether people can have overnight visitors, how many nights a month. That we have established some of those rules in our Sackville community, so that you don't have just hordes of other people coming and staying on site. I know that was an issue that 12 Neighbors put in place, or a safety measure that 12 Neighbors put in place as well, to just try to mitigate that. The participation in wraparound supports, that is a condition of being a tenant in Sunnyside. So it's not, you can't just live there and do your own thing. You have to participate in the wraparound supports. You need to participate and be a part of the community. There will be rules about what people can do in the public spaces, how people are meant to act in the public spaces and have to follow those. There will, no illegal activity can be happening. You can't be selling drugs out of your tiny home. That'll be part of the part of that sort of agreement. That's the community standards that we have for the community.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've heard a lot of misconceptions tonight from a lot of people and their concerns, and you've cleared a lot of those up, especially with the visitors. And it's not going to be a tent city. This is a community living space where they have to maintain properties, and there's an expectation to live here. So I think you cleared that up quite nicely. I hope some of the people heard that message loud and clear. My question is, David had mentioned their committee had looked at different places, and they found 10 or 12 places close to food, close to transit, close to the use of facilities. Were the and I totally have all the faith in the world in the United Way. Were you guys consulted on those locations, and are you in agreement with any of those locations?
No, we came into the project, so David and Steve Bellier who are sort of the sort of volunteer leads on the project. They were 6 months into this before United Way came involved. So we had started the conversations with them in July, and by that point they had already done that legwork. Steve has done a lot of development work himself in the city, so and they walked a lot of properties. One of the things that Sunnyside really had was enough space to be able to do this, to be able to have those tiny homes with the space in between so that people don't have to share walls. It can be if you're trying to, recover and stabilize in your life, to be sharing a wall with that neighbor playing loud music, for example, that can be very difficult to do that. So this was the property that really had enough space for us to be able to do a sizable community and be able to house a number of people.
Okay, so like me, you're trusting what this committee did. Okay, thank you.
I do have a question that had come up, and if you could explain to me a little bit, so we all understand how the taxes and the water, sewage, and confirm how we're paying for that, who's paying for those things?
United Way will be paying. So we will be the owner and the operator of Sunnyside Tiny Home Community. We will be, if successful, which we anticipate we will be successful in getting funding through the ARHP funding stream, which means that the units will be subsidized. So the income that we receive from rent will pay those, all of those expenses that are associated with upkeep, in all of the things you mentioned, taxes, but also snow removal, landscaping, lawn care, any of those types of things as well will be covered by the rent that we have coming in to the community.
Okay, I just want to clarify that. It
Yep.
had come up in conversations.
Great question.
Anybody else? Any other committee members? Ann?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just the final point is a couple of questions that came up. Who owns the project? Is it United Way that owns it in the end for the operations? And is there a point person or is it just United Way in general? Like, will the neighborhood, especially in those preliminary days, have someone if they have questions about things?
100%. So right now we have a project manager. So Paul, who's here with us today, who's actually been the point person who's spoken to a lot of the individuals that are here today, or people that have had concerns. And so he's the project manager to help us get this project built.
Okay.
And then we will be working with other community partners in the community to operate. So again, I think it was talked about, United Way is inexperienced in this. We actually aren't. We have 120 years of collective experience on our team. Part of the United Way merger brought with it an affordable housing division. We have a staff team of 5 people who work on our affordable housing division. So Paul is one of those staff. Sue oversees that entire division. And we have our housing director has 20 years of building experience. So we are not inexperienced in this, in this work. This is new for us here in St. John. So yes, we will have a point person for people to talk to. We are still in the process of meeting with all of our different community partners. So people like Fresh Start, people like Housing Alternatives. Dustin was here tonight from Housing Alternatives, who are supportive of the project and figuring out who are going to be the right people for us to partner with and contract. We are not likely going to be, Alexia is not going to be offering wraparound supports as much as I'm a caring person. We are going to find the people in the community. That's what United Way is very good at, is bringing people together and leveraging our partnerships with other people. We're going to find the people who are the experts in that and who are best positioned to offer the best supports, and we're going to partner with them to do that work.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else from the committee have questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So at this time, I'll conclude the public portion of this item, and I'll open it up for the committee members to have questions or what have you.
I'm happy to move staff recommendation. I mean, it's nice to see this project. I mean, everyone in St. John's, I was jealous of the 12 neighbors in Fredericton. Well, we're getting our own.
First and seconder. Question, does anybody, no changes or anything, just staff recommendation? Okay.
I'd like to, can I call on Dave? to step
Not
forward?
any longer. That's, the public hearing is all finished. Now it's just amongst us.
Okay.
Sorry. At this point, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. So that concludes item 4.3, 5.3. Anybody that would like to leave, you're more than welcome, or you can stay and as we talk about Sims Corner. So is Gary explaining that to her? Yeah.
She does.
Someone should probably find
Terry. Can you see if Terry's at there, please? Yeah, Joel just went out to get him.
Okay.
Should have gone home, had a couple drinks.
That's it. Let's hope so. How are you? You worked hard at it tonight. Are you still speaking to me?
Awful lot of.
Terry left.
All right, let's get started on item 5.4. We're trying to find our committee members who declared a conflict on the last one. You might have had a little nap outside or something.
I can wait till he gets back, Mr. Hutchinson.
Well, I guess we can start. Some ties left, eh? Yeah, bags there too. All right, it's 5 to 9. Let's keep this going. Terry will show up, hopefully. Item 5.4. Applicant is J.D. Irving Limited. The landowner is J.D. Irving Limited. Location 221, 251, 271 Lancaster Avenue. PID 551-46302, 551-46310, and 551-46328. Existing is park and natural area. Stable commercial. Existing zoning is park. Proposed zoning is general commercial. Application type is municipal plan amendment, rezoning, and a variance. The Community Planning Act authorizes the Planning Advisory Committee to give its views to Common Council concerning the proposed amendments to the municipal plan and zoning bylaw. Common Council will consider the committee's recommendation at a public hearing on Monday, February 10th, 2025. Also, the Community Planning Act authorizes the Planning Advisory Committee to grant certain variances from the zoning bylaw. At this time, I'll ask for staff to do the magic.
Thank you, Chair Mitchell. The application before you this evening, as you mentioned, deals with a municipal plan amendment, rezoning, and variance for basically a site on Lancaster Avenue. The proponent, J.D. Irving, is seeking to develop a 500-stall surface parking lot on a portion of the Woolastook Park site. The parking area would support construction activities for the Next Gen project at the Irving Pulp and Paper Mill on the opposite side of Bridge Road. Following the Next Gen project, the parking area would support maintenance shutdowns at the facility. The site is currently designated as park and natural area on the municipal plan. If approved, the site would be redesignated to stable commercial. As well, it would be rezoned from park to general commercial. And there are also variances requested to provide for a gravel parking area with no paving, no curbing, nor any internal parking lot landscaping. The subject property is located on the west side of the city, close to the Sims Corner intersection, and the area along Lancaster Avenue currently has a mix of commercial and residential uses. This is an aerial photo of the site shown in black that would be developed for the proposed parking area. This is a site photo showing a view of the site from Lancaster Avenue. The subject site is currently designated as Park and Natural Area. The Park and Natural Area designation does permit a range of conservation and appropriate recreational uses. Staff are of the opinion that it is not an appropriate designation for commercial or industrial uses such as the proposed parking area. Approval of the proposal would require the lands to be designated from their, or redesignated rather, from their current Park and Natural Area designation. Just a comparison in terms of the overall scale of the parking area. We've shown here on the air photo the area in black on the Woolstook Park site where the proposed parking area, 506 stall parking area, would be developed. And then just down to the right, just as a basis for comparison, that's around a 470 space site. There are some additional spaces out in front of the McDonald's, KFC, and Shoppers Drug Mart. But that just gives you an idea of the scale of the parking space when compared with the nearby Walmart and No Frills area at Lancaster Mall. It's a sizable parking area that would be developed in Woolstook Park. From a municipal plan policy review, policy LU 25 of the plan establishes permitted activities in the park and natural area designation. A parking area of this scale to support a non-park use is not appropriate for the designation. Given that a redesignation would have to be contemplated, we've looked at policy LU4 of the plan, which provides criteria for redesignating future land uses on the municipal plan mapping. One of the things we looked at is consistency with the plan intent. We're of the opinion that it is not consistent with the plan intent, given the scale and given that it represents an expansion of the industrial use into the existing park and closer to the mixed-use commercial and residential neighborhood. This is inconsistent with the park-oriented designation in the municipal plan. It's generally not the highest and best use of the site from a land use and tax generation perspective. We also note the proponent could construct a parking structure on the mill site, so it's not necessary due to lack of land. And also, you know, we question the enhancement of the community and quality of life. Use of the site for a 500 stall parking lot for multiple shifts at the mill will impact the quality of life through increased traffic in the area and the intersection at Sims Corner. Also, efficient use of infrastructure. The proposal does not leverage the potential to develop the site for developments that could assess broader needs of the community, such as tax base expansion, commercial development, or much needed housing for our community, and enhance neighborhood livability. We also, you know, look at the appropriate of the use within the land use designation. And again, the scale of that parking area does not align with the intent of the park and natural area designation, nor the commercial and residential neighborhood along Lancaster Avenue. Current zoning, the site is currently zoned park, which does not permit a parking lot of the scale proposed by the proponent. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Tim O'Reilly, the Director of Public Works and Transportation, just to touch on some of the traffic considerations with the proposal.
Thanks, members committee. I don't get a chance to be before you very often. I am the city's transportation engineer. Been in this position for about 17 years. I want to just touch on the transportation impacts related to this particular development just for a minute. Like most developments, transportation was considered as part of this development. And in most developments, including this one, a traffic study was done for this project to identify what the impacts are. In most traffic studies, what they look at is the impact of the development itself on the surrounding road network, as well as the background traffic that's going to be impacted in addition to the specific development itself. And it developed a set of impacts that are expected to happen both now and over the next few years. The challenge I had when reviewing this is I cannot stand before you this evening, and I won't be able to do the same thing for council, and say that I have a good understanding of what the impacts are going to be of the transportation network within the vicinity of this development. And I'll provide some context around that. So for a number of years, and since I've been in my position, obviously Sims Corner has been a big topic of this discussion within our community. It's been decades in the making. About 15 years ago, we looked at the intersection and said, okay, we need to put a set of traffic lights in, both to make traffic flow smoother, but also have traffic flow directly onto Fairview Boulevard and get a lot of those truck traffic off of the residential areas around. Fast forward to about 5 or 6 years ago, we relooked at the intersection and identified that a roundabout would actually work at that location better than a set of traffic lights. So we incorporated within our transportation plan a recommendation to put a roundabout at Sims Corner. The challenge over the last number of years has been some of this background traffic within the vicinity of this area. And the challenge is there's a number of industrial developments that are occurring, both impacting the road network and particularly the rail network in the area, that are likely going to have significant impacts to how traffic's going to flow in the future. On the rail side, and you can see it in the picture, there are 2 rail crossings that go through Sims Corner. All that rail traffic comes from the port through that one set of rail line to either go east or west beyond Sims Corner. The expansion at the port in terms of growth is going to be significant. The estimations are going from about 150,000 units per year up to about 800,000 units per year. That's a 6-fold increase. And that's going to have a significant impact on the flow of traffic within Sims Corner. In addition to that, some of the additional truck traffic in terms of some of the development, especially industrial in the area, is going to grow as well over the number of years. The challenge with this development and other industrial developments and developments in general is we don't have a good sense, and the proponents don't do a good job at identifying what the cumulative impacts are going to be overall of all those developments going into the future. Significant train, rail impacts at Sims Corner are expected with that rail growth over the coming years. And so this development, and the traffic projections within it really can't give it a good indication over X number of years what that true level of impact is going to be. We're really at the stage now with Sims Corner that really the only way to solve that problem with the trains is to look at grade separation between the train traffic and the road traffic. That's the only way we believe at some point in the future we need to make that traffic flow smoother. The original estimate for Sims Corner, just to deal with the current problems, is about a $3 to $4 million project to put a roundabout in. Once you talk about some of the grade separation challenges going into the future, develop this growth, we're looking at a multiple time fold increase in investment going beyond that. So when you talk about that level of investment, when's it going to happen and who's going to contribute to it? So again, at the end of the day, with this particular development, the traffic impacts, it did look a number of years into the future as to how, again, that background traffic and the traffic specific to this development is going to cause impacts within the localized transportation network. But again, with the big changes in that background traffic expected and the potential significant change at Sims Corner itself, the true impacts to the transportation network in that area are very hard for me to be able to stand before this committee and before council and say this is the likely scenario of how that's going to be impacted. So it's really that lack of coordinated effort, lack of information, lack of clear understanding of what the impacts are going to be, which really caused me reservations to be able to give an indication as to how transportation network in that specific area around this development is going to happen over the next couple of years.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. In terms of public engagement, we do note that the proponent did hold an open house in October at the branch 69 Legion on Wilson Street. Our mail out to folks within 100 meters of the subject site went out on January 7th, 2025, and a notice for the upcoming public hearing was posted on the website yesterday on January 20th. The public presentation for the municipal plan amendment was held on October the 1st, and there were 33 letters received from that initial municipal plan amendment, which are included in your packet. And as well, we have received 8 additional letters, some as recent as yesterday, which were both included in the packet and forwarded to you as well. The public hearing date would be February the 10th, and then the earliest possible date for third reading would be February 24th. Staff's recommendation will be that PAC recommend that Common Council deny the application. Now, the report to PAC does contain an alternate recommendation that outlines considerations for the committee's and council's consideration in the event that they should choose to instead approve the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members have any questions for staff at this time? At this time, I'll ask the proponent to come forward, please. If you could state your name, please.
Good evening. It looked like I cleared the house. So, look, my name is Mark Mosier. I'm the Vice President for J.D. Irving's Pulp and Paper Division and the proponent of this project. And I'd like to start by talking about why this project is needed and even address some of the issues that were brought up by the city staff. But as was suggested, Irving Pulp and Paper is undertaking the largest investment in the city's history and the largest in the forest products industry since 1993. It's an undertaking that nobody else in our industry is doing in this country, and it's a sad state that actually just, when I got into this industry 30 years ago, Canada was the place where these type of products were made, and everybody's leaving. And we're bucking that trend and actually are investing in our operations. It's over it's almost a $1.5 billion. Parts of the project that we're talking about here is about $1.1 billion of investment, as I said, the largest. And combined with that, with another project that we're also undertaking at the same time, which is our Brighton Mountain Wind project, we would actually have this project has a massive increase in the amount of renewable energy that we provide to NB Power that goes towards a renewable portfolio standard and reducing their carbon emissions. And it's really fundamental. The reason that we're undertaking this is that it's fundamental for the long-term survivability of our operation. Just a quick overview of it. It is basically a complete replacement of just about everything in the mill. Basically, where the mill was built in the late 1800s, of course, when Lancaster Parish was really outside the city limits. As the town has grown around us, we've basically are required to really replace each part of the mill one at a time, which makes it very challenging and expensive, but it is virtually replacing everything within the mill's infrastructure. And what we're doing is really trying to this industry is an operation of scale where, the large survive and most of the large or the smaller operations globally will shut down. And we're basically trying to double the output of our operation, which would really result in the long-term survivability of this operation. Without it, there's no future for this mill in the industry. And really, we're trying to position ourselves to the global best, which is really in Scandinavia. This is a massive undertaking. It's the biggest undertaking in our company's history. As I said, it's about $1.1 billion. It's going to provide over 5 million tradesperson hours over the next 5 years, which, when you think of it, is about 500 tradespersons on site each and every day over the life of the full 5-year project. The project has been approved by the New Brunswick Department of Environment. We got our environmental impact registration, so the project is going ahead. I need to find a home to support 500 tradespeople coming to site every day. And I know we talked about traffic at Sims. I'm a little struggling to understand how this project impacts traffic at Sims Corner, because they're either going to turn right if they're coming from East St. John, turn right into the mill, or they're going to turn left into this new parking facility if it's approved. So it's going to provide massive benefits. It's in our undertaking. I won't go through all of these, but massive benefits to the tax base of St. John, to the tax base of the province, and really offer an opportunity for the significant number of tradespeople that are in New Brunswick that have traveled to BC, Alberta, to undertake large capital projects to bring them home. We did look at every other opportunity. We did not undertake expanding the Woolastook parking lot lightly. We looked at every opportunity to try to find 500 to 700 additional parking spots during the construction phase and to support ongoing activities long-term after this is done. We looked at basically what we do today. Today, when we have large shutdowns, we bring in the same number of contractors that we would during this construction phase, but over a much shorter period of time, and we bus them. We bus some from our operations site to just about every place in the West St. John that we can rent, lease parking spots for, some as much as a kilometer and a kilometer and a half and 2 kilometers away. And we're going to have some construction association members that will talk tonight, but a tradesperson after 10 hours on the tools, asking them to sit or stand and wait in the elements and wait for a bus to go somewhere off-site is a significant impediment to getting local tradespeople. As a matter of fact, many of them say long-term work is number one, but access to parking close because they don't want to wait around after the end of their shift. So we did look at opportunities of busing, but the logistics of and trying to find locations for 500 to 700 people, 40 people to a bus, the logistics of that just does not work. And talking to the construction associations, which are here, basically are saying that will be a significant impediment to this project. We did look at a parking garage on site, which the proponents talked about. Everybody seems to think that we still have the potential to do a parking garage on site. We brought the planning group on site to show them what opportunities we had for a parking garage on site. And the only place that is suitable for a parking garage on site is the only parking lot that I have currently. So clearly, if I'm going to build a parking garage on the site that I have today, I have literally no parking during the entire period that I'm constructing this parking garage. So we eliminated that. And that brings us to Woolastook Park. And I want to ground people in the history of Woolastook Park because clearly everybody knows it was the site of Centricare for many years. Centricare shut down in the late 1900s, and the province at that time was looking for a willing buyer. They went out, I was actually working at the mill at that time. The province was out looking for a willing buyer of Woolastook Park. Not a lot of opportunities of selling it at that time, of course, because it was a very large site with lots of asbestos contamination, oil contamination, and the company agreed to buy it from the province at that time for $1 million, assume all of the liability to clean up the site with a condition. And the condition from the province at that time was very clear. They wanted something done on this site that would help drive the economy of St. John and the province of New Brunswick. And if you read it, it says the sale of Woolastook Park was subject to the following conditions: that we retain the property, we convert it to a park during the period of time until we found an alternative solution for use of the park. And that day is today. So I have maintained Woolastook Park to the betterment of the city of St. John for the last 25 years. And today I'm applying to convert 30% of that to parking to facilitate the largest investment in this province's history. I don't see how it has any impact on traffic in the area because the traffic is going to be coming to the site. The construction workers is going to happen. I need parking on them. They're either going to come on site and then I bus them, or they're going to come to a parking garage that I cannot, or Woolastook Park. So in this particular case, it facilitates all of our project needs. It's a site that we've owned for over 30 years that we have supported. I'm going to continue to maintain 70% of the usable park. And I think if you read our application, we're actually spending millions of dollars on beautifying the remaining 70% of the area. We're putting in a pedway for the use of the citizens of St. John to cross Bridge Road, which is a nightmare if you ever try to cross that during traffic. For all of the construction workers, that will be open for all of the citizens. And we believe that provides a lot of safety. So I just want to close with how committed J.D. Irving is to this. Just so people understand, J.D. Irving today pays for and maintains over 600 acres of park land within the city of St. John. This is one of those parks, on top of the Irving Nature Park, the Westside Community Dog Park, the King Street Park that we just did uptown. And we believe that we can still remain committed to the Westside City and maintain Woolastook Park for the benefit of the citizens and facilitate this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members have any questions?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. First, congratulations, because that sounds like a ginormous project. And
It is.
yeah, so would you say it was the largest in the history of the city's history? So wonderful. So in terms of St. John benefit, and I guess I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that you had brought up. You said it creates, what was it, 5 million?
5 million man-hour, person hours, tradesperson hours.
Tradesperson hours over the next 5 years.
Right.
Is there any after that, or is it, how many jobs are created after that, like long-term?
Well, the majority of the additional jobs, as a matter of fact, the direct jobs on the site reduces or it maintains in the future. You know, a large-scale modern mill doesn't require a lot
It's
of people.
automated.
The additional jobs would be associated jobs out in our woodlands, harvesting operations, sawmills. All of those is where the jobs is really created. Truck drivers, rail traffic, and those type of.
Okay, so extraneous kind of things. Okay, and then in terms of taxation, you had mentioned it would improve the tax base of St. John. Does that mean it's not just machinery and equipment, which would normally not
Well, I don't know if
qualify?
you saw the big massive building that I'm
So
building.
it'd be fully assessed, like as a building?
Well, that's a conversation I was having with some of the city staff. I was a little surprised they were talking about very little tax base. The assessment of the pulp mill, I've started this project about 4 years ago, and the assessed property tax value at that time was about 47 million.
Mm-hmm.
Today it's 65 million, and it's expected to grow significantly with this project. So again, taxes come from tax base.
What years were those, sorry?
In 2020,
Yep,
the assessed value of the pulp mill's 4 PIDs
yeah.
was 47 point something million, and the 2025 that I just got today,
Yeah.
thank you very much, was.
But it's less than it was 2014,
What's that?
right? I'm not even trying to get into debate, but it is less than it was in 2014. I remember that whole article that came out on CBC. But-
Yes, we did appeal
Okay,
it,
yeah,
correct,
so
because
it's
the whole
significantly
industry
less
was in
from that point in
decline.
time.
And then this year was 65.3 million.
But that building will be assessed as a building, not as machinery and equipment?
It's a large building, yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
that is, yes.
Okay. I'll tell you where I'm coming from this, because I think it's like, I love what you said. We historically were on the periphery of the city, right? So we weren't trying to be in the middle of the city at the time when we started. You were on the periphery of the city, and I completely appreciate that. And we want our industries to grow, and they need to. Here's where I'm struggling. How do we have our industries grow, but not also grow irritations to the community at the same time? So traffic, like that Sims Corner is, and poor West Side has had a rough go with the traffic lately.
Right.
And the possibility of adding any extra burden to that, I'm loath to do that. And I guess I see JDI, because you have shaped this city to this point. You've helped shape it. You will continue to shape it. And you're in a position where you can help to influence how that develops to make it better for them as well.
Right.
So I love your walking trails, and you get the running trails, and they connect to Harbor Passage. So I know there's some active transportation, which you're going to go like, no, workers taking that with their tool belt down the thing. But are there any other kind of programs that you have in place, like in-house, that mitigate some of the traffic impacts of like an ever-increasing industry or business, ideally?
So, look, I mean, as part of the environmental impact assessment that we did for this project, we did a very large traffic study. And during the project construction phase was the most concerning phase of this, because yes, there will be 500 contract persons coming to site every day, some evenings, and actually even peaking higher than that during periods of time. After the construction project is over, actually there is less traffic, because we transition much more to rail than we do to traffic. And the rail is not the stuff that's going down to the port through the Sims Corner. It's heading west, which basically takes it out through Minnewampeg and heading towards the US. So it's not actually even going through Sims Corner. But I guess if I can answer the question a little bit, I think, we're here to look at a parking solution, and everybody wants to suck us, if I can say, crudely, into a conversation around Sims Corner.
We just want you to join the rest of
No,
the community,
I
the
get
people
it.
that live
But
there.
look, I and our engineering team within JD Irving have been at just about every DTI meeting, every city meeting that has been called of us to help work on the solutions for Sims Corner. We've done engineering studies. And not to digress, but when we bought the Sims Brush Factory back in, I don't know, 12, 14 years ago and tore down the brush factory, if anybody remembers driving through Sims Corner, Sims Brush Factory actually was up part of the retaining wall that held in Bridge Road. I went to the city at that time and said, look, that whole retaining wall is collapsing. Why don't we do a trade? I'll give you part of Woollistook Park where the track and field uses. You give me Bridge Road, move the road over, straighten it out, facilitates putting in a traffic circle, and everybody's happy. That will help alleviate some of the problems. So we've done our best. The city at that time, respectfully, said they had no money to do it. So I spent a lot of money shoring up the retaining wall and fixing up and doing all the curbs, replacing the sidewalks, the handrails and everything along Bridge Road. So all I can say is that, look, we are actively involved in Sims Corner because we know we get basically hauled into every conversation about it.
You're a stakeholder.
What's that?
You're
Yes,
a
we are a
stakeholder.
stakeholder. And we're certainly, we would welcome, because I go in and out of the pulp mill 3 or 4 times a week going to the project. So I understand the traffic at Sims Corner. But it's a bigger issue. We've got the Harbor Bridge reconstruction. That causes a lot of issues on the west side. We've got population growth. So it's not just Irving Pulp and Paper that's impacting Sims Corner.
Okay, that's it for me for now. I don't know where I'm at right so far, but thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think in your presentation, you dismissed the bus because it was long-term, 5 years. Nobody wants to be on a bus for 5 years. I get that, 100%. And what about short-term? What about busing short-term while you construct a parking garage in your facility now? I guess I don't know how long it takes to build a parking garage. I'm guessing a year. I don't know. Would that be short-term enough? Has anybody considered that?
Can I get my picture back up, potentially? No, it's on my screen, but. So look, if you could see in the right hand, again, I have one parking lot at the mill today because it's a very tight, congested site. It's basically was built on a peninsula that the city then, grew up around, so it's very congested. I have one parking spot today, which is kind of the shaded blue area that I can put 350 to 400 cars. Plus I rent a large spot from Moosehead today to put another 50. So I've got about 400. We did look at a parking garage. The parking garage would require me to shut down for a minimum 18 months is what the engineers are telling me, up to about 2 years, because you have to drive piles, to put a parking garage there for 1,000 spots, the 500 that I have plus the 500 that I need, is a massive undertaking that would basically wipe out. So not only would I not have parking spots for my contractors, I don't have parking spots for my staff that work shift work, that work around the clock, that come in and work on weekends. And I don't even know how you operate a facility that nobody has parking on site. I'd be shocked if many people in this audience would want to come to drive to some central location to get on a bus to go to their final place of employment every day for at least 2 years.
Yeah, I just wondered if you guys considered that.
No, we looked at it because we understood we were going to be, because we wanted to look at all different opportunities before we went down this road.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Lowe?
Good evening, Mr. Mosier.
Gary?
So we're not allowed to talk about Sims Corner.
Really?
Not right yet.
Okay.
Can you mean?
I think by the end of the day, you'll talk about Sims Corner.
Probably.
Yeah.
So, first of all, when the Irvins, the oil and pulp, when they do something, they do it right and they do it good, right? I think the city knows that. So we're going to double the output. And after 5 years, part of the question was answered, how many or do you know, will there be new employees actually working in the mill? I know how many we're talking about to get there in 5 years. How many, or do you think, and if you don't know, fair ball, how many employees will be increased inside the mill? Not out and cutting pulp and not driving trucks and all that. I mean the actual mill that you're building here and then you're going to pull the thing out. You're building outside the city and then out comes the old guy. Do you have any idea how many employees that will increase? And if you don't, fair
I know,
ball.
right down to the individual number, yes. So today on site, because remember, this is a combined site from Irving Pulp and Paper and Irving Tissue. It's basically all one site. We have 350 plus or minus employees in any particular day, direct employees that operate the pulp mill. About 140 people on site that operate the tissue mill. So that's roughly 500. And then today, and in the future, we will have not likely one more additional person.
Good, thank you. The other question is, like, we were honored one night, we had the Woodlands people there. And it was a gentleman who definitely knew what he was talking about. And we had Mr. Irving there, Jim Irving, who kept interrupting that nice man and was explaining everything that was going on. And I asked him the question, like, where do you think, where are you going to get the tradespeople to do this job? I mean, the refinery, I see her. The refinery.
Hopefully she's got it.
The refinery, I was told, could be wrong, only got 65% of the people they want on their turnaround, right? So, like, if that new guy in the States runs that Keystone pipeline, then the tar sands are going to draw and the LNG out there. So where will the tradespeople come from to fill this parking lot?
Well, that's a good question, Jerry, because clearly, if we're undertaking a project this size, we have spent a lot of time in workforce planning and right down to each individual trade. And the reality is New Brunswick has enough tradespeople to support this project. Problem is, to come to work for a refinery turnaround that goes on for 4 to 6 weeks, or a pulp mill turnaround that goes on for 2 weeks. Nobody's going to come back from Fort McMurray. Nobody's going to come back from, the tar sands. Nobody's going to come back from the LNG up in Kitimat to work for a 4 to 6 week turnaround. But they will come back for a 5-year construction project. So we have spent a lot of time. We're convinced the tradespeople are there once we give them the work.
All right, we mentioned the parking garage, and I remember giving you Elliott Row there a few years ago, and you built that beautiful, lovely garage up there. Then his brother built another beautiful garage there by the Old Moon Palace, right? So I think you built Elliott Row. I looked at the building permit today. I think you were telling the truth, a year to 18 months.
It's 18 months
right?
construction.
And if we build it there, we have no place to put the guys that are actually working, parking there now, right? Look at me. So you're saying that the parking garage is null and void, and I kind of understand where you're coming from to a certain extent. But if you're gonna, we're not gonna talk about Sims Corner, and we'll go back to the parking yard, or the garage, not the garage, I'm sorry, the area up there at the park. Like, I don't think that the Planning Advisory Committee has ever allowed a parking lot that wasn't paved and wasn't curbed and didn't have some form of drainage. And there is a pipe, I seen it there the other day, there is a pipe coming out of the grass there that heads down to that double restaurant, whatever it is, right? But we, the committee here, I don't think, we did one in Grandview Avenue in 14 or 15 for the oil, Mr. Irving, and it was the big turnaround, and it was gravel, and it was on a temporary permit, right? But are you willing to pave and curb this parking lot that will hold 500 people?
So before I answer yes or no to that question, because it's a maybe, the reality is, well, but the reality is, look, you know how they say vinyl is final? and I think paving is final. Like, once we were going up there and we were trying to be as minimally invasive as we could, to basically take a piece of land that is generally level today and basically just spread it out, push crushed rock down, paint lines on the crushed rock, put in a nice access road in behind it, the pedway over, and, you know, it's only crushed rock. We can, or anybody can do whatever they want with, or we can do with something different in the future. Once we pave it, put in lights, put in curbing and all of that, it's a parking lot for life. And I'm not sure, if we're having a hard time getting a parking lot for a 5-year term right now, I'm not sure why people are trying to convince me to make it a parking lot for life.
Can I call you Mark? That's easy.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, Mark. But when you do the corner, when you and do Sims Corner, there'll be a place for the guys doing Sim Corner to park there too, and a nice paved parking lot, all
And
lit up and
we've
everything.
already offered that to the city. We said, look, this is a great parking spot for construction. Someday, the city, the province, and the federal government will come together to fix Sims Corner, and they're going to need a lot of parking spots for contractors on site. When at some point, the harbor or the bridge, the Reversing Falls Bridge is going to have to be replaced. That's going to take a fairly significant amount of contractors. We've also said we will offer that parking lot up for that time. We've been trying to be as inclusive as possible and allow the citizens of the city of St. John to use the other 70%, which I have said I'm going to spend significantly upgrading all the statues, all of the gazebos, all of the walking tracks. We agreed to put in a 1 kilometer walking track. We agreed to upgrade a bus stop, the pedway over, that is, will be accessible from both sides for both my workers and for the city. Bus stop, new potential curbing down the side, stairways down into the Reversing Falls restaurant, stairways down on the other side.
Restaurant's closed.
What's that?
Restaurant's closed.
I know, but it's someday. But anyways, look, we've tried to do everything within our nature to make this amicable to everybody. I think we've
I have
gone
one more question.
above and beyond.
Of course you do.
I'll push it. Can you answer, no, I want to phrase this the right way so I don't get in shit. Like, are your organization, and you know, there's railway, and then there's CP that's not owned by the Irving people, right? And there's
CP's
the
not
guy
owned by
that brings the
Irving.
big cranes in there, the port guy, and there's the port,
Right.
and there's the city of St. John, and there's the federal government, the provincial government, with 7 fingers there, right? Like, you mean? So have you looked at doing something, honestly, about Sims Corner?
Yes,
You have?
yes, of course we have.
Okay. Will you continue to involve more parties? Because no one person should pay. That's for
Myself
damn
and Mr. Irving met with the mayor and some of the staff yesterday or the day before, maybe it was the day before, and we committed, we said, look, we will be at every meeting we can to help. If you need a group to go to the province and go to the federal government to help for Sims Corner, because this is a very large infrastructure project, of course we're going to be there. We've been there every other time up to date, and we'll be there every time into the future.
That's to me. I mean, I know we're talking about land, we're talking about a parking spot. I know that. And that's important, very important to you, very important to tradespeople, I understand that. But the people in West Side, like I voted for Dever Road because I was told by Jim Quinn that it was important to the port because of the containers, right? And when I go down, I was at Marketplace this afternoon about plowing, and there's a tractor trailer, and some are Sudbury, and some are Mr. Irving's, and some are private, right? And waiting for containers, and they're gonna go drive and make some money, and that's good. And I watch the container boats come in, I see 3 tugs all the time, tying them up and taking them out there, and that's more money that's being earned, right? Which is good, because there's people working those boats, right?
Correct.
Like you mean? So the biggest player probably is Mr. Irving and the guy that gets the money off the containers down there. He's from Saudi Arabia or Egypt, I don't know where he's from. But anyways, my main concern is that you guys, J.D. Irving, who does a perfect job, will push to work to do you know, an overpass cars or underground train or something so the people on West Side can enjoy life. Like, I mean, because, and I'm not saying you're the only one that's punished them by no means, right? And you've done things down Dominion Park and different things you've done, right? But unfortunately or fortunate, a lot of the expansion takes place on the other side of the bridge, on West Side. And that's all I'd like to see it do. I mean, and there's no way that J.D. Irving should pay for it all. That's for sure. There's way too many people making money off this, what's going on down at the port. And that's what I'd like to see happen. I mean, you're not going to give a commitment, but if you can say that you will continue to at least look at it, that's good.
And we've done that.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Sullivan?
A company that grows trees for a living has really long vision. What happens in year 6? You need this for 5 years. What's the vision after that?
Well, like I say today, I mean, I today have parking needs that I can't fulfill on site. So the optimum buses, you know, that come in the crews, luckily, generally they don't correspond when I need them. And I basically rent them all to shuttle people back and forth from the operation to various parking spots around the city. So that would be used whenever we have a large turnaround, like the refinery. Every large, you know, industrial facility will have a large turnaround every 18 months, 2 years, whatever it is, that we bring 400 or 500 contractors on site, sometimes more. And I would use that during those periods of time as well. But short of that, we have no other.
Okay, so you're not looking for a parking lot for 5 years. You're looking for this big parking lot permanently.
Well, once we put the asset in, we would like to leave it as permanent, yes.
Okay, that's different than saying you need it for 5 years.
Well, I know I critically need it during the next 5 years. I have a parking problem today, even before the project.
Thank you.
I have a couple quick questions. The shift workers or the workers that are going to use this parking lot, is that 24 hours or is it just like I saw on one of the proposals, they would be every 30 minutes and leave? Are there people that are going to be there like at midnight and 2 o'clock in the morning, or is it mostly just daytime, or how do you envision that parking lot being used? Is it 7/24?
No, the two parking lots that we have, the one that we have today is generally the one that we use for our operating crew. People that work there 7/24, 365. And they come and go, they'll use that. The one that we're looking at proposing to put in Woolstock Park would be for majority contractors during this big project and our shutdowns in the future. And they will generally predominantly be day workers. Not always, but we've also in our submission, we have looked at staggering shift start times, 10-hour days, some 8-hour days, so that everybody's not showing up, all 500 at 8 o'clock in the morning and then trying to leave at 5 o'clock at night. So we have looked at all those different options. But yes, this would predominantly be a day worker parking.
My other question goes back to Councillor Sullivan mentioned about a tree growing company, and you've got a parking lot that's quite large and not a tree in it. It's, I wouldn't say ugly, but it lacks a lot. And I'm just wondering, like you say you're going to save 70%. I'd rather see you get to 65 and make the parking lot look a little nicer. Is that a nice way of putting that?
Well, I think if you were to, I'm not sure, I've been through Woolstock Park quite a bit in the last few weeks looking at it. There's a lot of trees there.
Oh, I see that, but the parking lot itself is what I'm referring to, just that.
Well, but all the trees that are currently along Lancaster, none of them get impacted.
Yes.
So driving down Lancaster, there'll still be that wall of large trees. We're actually looking at putting even additional trees down at the end. And we've committed to, because when you see pictures of trees up there, we've actually committed to not replant every tree that we have to take out, but certainly to make the place look very good. Look, Woolstock Park is a great asset for the citizens that we have graciously allowed them to use for the last 25 years. It's been maintained impeccably. I think there's two wooden statues that need to be replaced that have got a bit eaten or basically rotted over a period of time. We've committed to replace all those. And I'm pretty sure if you walk through the park today and you walk through the park 2 months after we have groundbreaking, if you are so gracious to approve it, it will be much nicer than even that it is today. And I think we've shown that in our proposal of what we've committed to do.
Thank you. Do many members have any other questions at this time for the proponent? Thank you. At this time, I'll open it up for anybody else that would like to make.
We have a second application or applicant presentation.
Oh, okay.
You were made to, the intention was you were made aware that there's a second person here
Okay.
to present. I'll just get sorted here. My name's Jennifer Brown. I'm working with JDI, but I am a planner with Dillon Consulting. I've seen most of your faces before. Great to be here. I think some of the information that you're asking for is actually going to form part of the presentation we've intended to provide to you in this second section. I just will kind of go through it. I will say I've planned about 9 minutes of information. A lot of it's been covered by Mr. Mosier through your questions. So I will try to kind of move forward quite quickly. I know it's getting late. I am going to say I will pause when we look at the overall site plan because I think that there's some questions and some nuances to discuss here. But certainly happy to answer questions at the end as well. We've got a team of folks here to answer your questions as well. As Mr. Mosier noted, the application is a significant piece of the impactful Next Gen project. My intention this evening is to provide you with an overview of the conditions making the application necessary and to detail the application itself, including the updated approach to enhancements at Woolstock Park directly related to public feedback as well as preliminary staff review. We'll begin with the bigger picture. This is what I was kind of alluding to here. So this is what we're envisioning as the full site build out. So what you're seeing here is the overall site plan for the mill. What is maybe a little bit difficult to see, the red line that kind of filters through the site, it is a enhanced fencing. Through the Next Gen project, there is a necessity to essentially provide additional checkpoints, additional security points. And also this sets us up to have separated regular employee parking as well as contractor parking. This answers some of the question about kind of locating or choosing one of the options being Woolstock Park to allow for easy access from contractors to the areas that they will be working in, as well as the areas that they're using for amenities, their lunchrooms, their project work sites, etc. The site is currently very busy. It's very active. There's cranes on the site. Things are moving. It's a busy site. And what the Next Gen project is looking to do here is maximize land use on the site. At the time of the application, there are approximately 780 parking stalls located between 5 parking lots. The site's currently, when we talk about, Mr. Mosier kind of gave you the overview of staffing. When we talk about kind of the 700 to 800 workers, that's where max limit. So we're talking about mill shutdowns, big maintenance projects. The workforce is planned to double during construction. We're looking at the day-to-day workforce, essentially, like Mr. Mosier said, to kind of remain. But what we are kind of faced with is a larger number of people coming in during those mill shutdown times. So the numbers still remain quite high, essentially causing the total number of parking required to be estimated around 1,500 stalls total. So the construction of Next Gen will close 2 parking areas, the Birch lot and the Cedar lot. That displaces approximately 248 parking stalls. Employees that currently park in Birch and currently park in Cedar are going to be relocated to the Maple lot. The proposed parking plan includes increasing parking stalls on the mill site from 780 to approximately 1,134. There is a great deal of effort to find space to maximize land use to allow for parking to be maximized on site. Even with that, there is still a need for an approximately additional 500 parking stalls.
There were 3 options considered in great detail. So the off-site parking and busing option, it really does present a very substantial barrier and deterrent to workforce attraction. Mr. Mosier went through that in detail. I'm going to kind of move on from that to kind of get into the detailed analysis that was undertaken with respect to the parking garage. We understand that this is the city's preferred option. However, a parking garage was determined by senior staff, as Mr. Mosier discussed, as well as a team of professionals, to not be feasible given the constraints at the site, as well as within the context of the larger next-gen project. There's significant pros and significant cons to the parking garage option. It does create a permanent long-term asset, which is something that JDI is after here. It offers employees and contractors sheltered stalls. We all know we'd prefer a sheltered stall than opposed to an open parking lot. It's also positioned quite closely to upgraded gates and security checkpoints. But that displacement of approximately 300 parking spots is a significant roadblock. So the design and construction of the parking lot, yes, it would take about 2 years to construct, but we have to also factor in design, we have to factor in permitting, we have to factor in additional scope of engineering as well. We are estimating that it would take about 3 years from kind of cradle to grave to get that installed. The option also increases congestion at the Bridge Street and Main Street West intersections compared to off-site options. We're also looking at significant issues with on-site congestion. There's challenges with separating mill and contractor employees, given the different security clearances, the different level of security clearances that are going to be required as the next gen is constructed. The Woolastook Park option is the preferred option of what we recognize to be 3 very challenging options. We recognize that accommodating parking in a park is not ideal. The Woolastook option is the selected option because it does actually offer solutions to several significant concerns. So it reduces the on-site traffic congestion. It allows for appropriate security checkpoints. It limits contractor inconvenience, as they would be close to the checkpoint, lunchrooms, project areas, etc. This option can importantly also be constructed without delay to the larger project, and it offers a long-term permanent solution. The cons are not insignificant here. We recognize this. The reduction of the park footprint does present a very significant con. This option also requires the installation of a pedestrian bridge over Bridge Street. Those pedestrian bridges require DTI permits. This option also requires a very substantial planning application, which this is why we're here this evening. When we look at the application itself and what we came to the city with, the One Stop Development Shop received our application August 27th. It requested a special zone. Councilor Lowe referred to this earlier in terms of this precedent. There is a precedent on Grandview Avenue to use a special zone to accommodate parking. And it permanently. What we are looking for here is a requested zone to that special zone to maintain the park design standard established at Woolastook Park. We're looking to design a parking lot that integrates into the existing Woolastook Park aesthetic. A parking lot is not permitted as a standalone use in the park zone. However, there is precedent on Grandview Avenue to allow the parking lot to be integrated into a special zone using an established zone as the foundation. So the application was requesting a park zone with the addition of a parking lot as a permitted use. The city's zoning bylaw describes a standalone parking lot as a commercial parking lot. I'm just putting this simply as a reminder because there's nothing inherently commercial about this application. The application also requests a subdivision to consolidate 3 lots into 2 lots, 1 for the park, 1 for the parking area. It also requests variances to allow for gravel parking and exemption from commercial style hardscaping. The application proposes also a series of enhancements to Woolastook Park, which Mr. Mosier alluded to briefly. But we're looking to create a sheltered bus stop at the existing sign-on post stop along Bridge Street, a staircase from the park and a sidewalk from the staircase to the bus stop. That sidewalk also extends to Riverview Avenue West. The application proposes to upgrade the staircase to the lower field area. This lower field area is used quite frequently by local schools, as well as the St. John Track and Field Association for training and events. We're looking to formalize that perimeter trail that's currently used for cross-country training. Trail markers and mulch or gravel will be installed along the trail. The applicant's proposing to undertake that improvement with the collaboration of the Track and Field Association, and the trail is going to be widened where it's proposed to be shared with the contractors accessing the mill. There's an established tree line. We referenced this earlier. Established tree line along Lancaster Avenue. Just to quickly pause here, there are a couple trees. I'm not going to call them old growth. I'll call them medium growth trees that sit in where the parking lot is proposed to go. One is actually on its last legs. That tree will be removed. There's been adjustments to the parking plan to retain one of the kind of medium growth, we'll call them trees. To your point, Mr. Chair, there is a willingness to save some of those larger trees. The focus here, the focus being along that tree line, is to increase that viewpoint barrier. There's an underutilized corner of the park at Lancaster Avenue and Riverview Avenue West. We're looking for kind of a collaboration opportunity here to work to integrate a pocket park into this corner once the extension of Harbor Passage comes up Riverview Avenue West. Very close. Landscape barrier is proposed, again, to kind of shelter that parking lot from the general public and to kind of continue that Woolastook use. So the statuaries will be more a dedicated statuary, more centrally located, and finally staircase down to Riverview Avenue West. So very quickly, the applicant does not agree with staff's primary or alternative recommendations. The former Centricare site was purchased, as Mr. Mosier noted, with the intention that it will eventually contribute to economic development. The application seeks to keep the separation of industrial use from the neighboring properties by maintaining the park designation. Although there is no intention to intensify the site beyond what is proposed, it's of particular concern it's of particular importance, I should say, to provide the community with assurances that Woolastook Park is going to remain a park. The community cares about this space. J.D. Irving is here committing to significant enhancements to the park to better serve the community. In closing, essentially here, we do also have significant concerns with some of the alternative recommendations. The conversation between Mr. Mosier and Councillor Lowe would allude to kind of the broadness of the recommendation, specifically around the Sims Corner condition and the proportionate share being very vaguely worded. The denial of variance is also of particular concern because essentially what we're saying is with the variances denied, it essentially requires a larger proportion of the park public space to be used to accommodate the parking. I will just make a note that we do have staff here from CBCL with respect to the traffic impact study to answer any questions you may have along those lines as well. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, if I was following the numbers along properly there, Jen, this parking lot isn't required after the 5 years. It's a nice to have, not a need to have.
It will still be required because there's still going to be substantial parking needed for mill shutdown, regular maintenance. So,
but you're doing mills, but they have mill shutdowns now, though, right?
Yes, and as Mr. Mosier stated, those mill shutdowns cause a great deal of coordination with those parking. A lot of that parking accommodated offsite with busing and shuttles coming to.
So they're doing that now.
They're doing it now with mixed reviews and mixed success from my perspective that I've taken. Yeah.
But less cars on the road. Good for you guys.
Well, not necessarily.
Let's keep that up. Yeah.
Same cars and buses.
Yeah.
Well, no, there'll be shuttles, right? So there'll be more in those. Yeah. Anyway, okay. So, okay, that helps me. Thanks, Jen.
Councillor Sullivan?
Jen, you talked about, reassuring the community that the 70% of Woolastook Park would remain Woolastook Park. I get it that there's a committed investment into it, but beyond the committed investment, what assures the community, because JDI is the property owner, that 10 years down the road, there isn't another commercial industrial need for the park?
So I think when we, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, we're looking at a recommendation from staff that apply commercial zoning and commercial designation, opening up the possibility for change to a more intense use. When it comes to the intention of JDI to maintain the park, I mean, it is part of the conditions of the recommendation that it be maintained as a park. I think there is commitment there. The commitment can be exemplified through the investment that they're proposing to do through this application. But I also think that, we're looking at Woolstock Park as an established use on the site. There is no, and I think we can also ask Mr. Mosier this question, but there are no guarantees in development. However, there is great intention to keep Woolstock Park as a community park. They've continued to be committed to this park and continue through this application to provide enhancements to the park.
Not to be too cheeky, but, to say that they're committed to it becoming a park.
Keeping it a park.
When we're talking about making a chunk of it a parking lot, right? That's just,
I think
I do understand
yeah.
the investments and the commitment to the investments. But I just say, if you're saying that the commitment to the community is to retain that as a park, at the same time, we're discussing 30% of it becoming a permanent parking lot. That's the tough part I have with that. I do have a second question.
Can I answer that one or no?
It's up to you, Chair. I'm fine with that response, and I know we'll have Mr. Mosier back.
Yeah, go ahead.
As the proponent. The Grandview Avenue precedent. Can you help me out with how that is such a precedent? Because I find them two very different situations. One's in an industrial park, one's in a park.
So it is an important precedent because it was an instance where you looked at a special zone to allow for exemption from standards. You allowed for the parking lot to be designed to an industrial standard because it fit within the surrounding property. What we're asking through this application is to design the parking lot to a more park-related standard, not to an industrial standard.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Councilor Lowe?
No, not him, you. So you design, like I've seen you around quite a bit here. Like, in fact, I've seen you in Lorneville working for us, yeah. So when you look at what they want to do for the park and have gravel, and we got Lancaster Avenue, and we got the museum there a few feet down the road, right? Like, can you mean, you get 500 guys coming in, tradespeople, driving half-ton trucks mostly, right? And winter tires on and coming out, and the gravel's all over Lancaster Avenue for 5 years, right? Like, can you mean? And I've seen you design things before, and I was shocked that you showed the beautiful, the transit building and the beautiful stairs and all that, but you didn't show that beautiful paved parking lot with the lights and all that. It surprised me, Jen.
I don't actually know if I'm the most appropriate person to answer that, kind of comment on that in full. But I will say the current parking lot that is there, as well as the trails and the ring road, are all maintained with gravel currently.
Not 500.
Yes, not 500 spots. However, there is a substantial green buffer between these areas that will help in terms of retaining some of that gravel. There's also consistent maintenance on the site with the JDI team on there quite frequently, which Mr. Mosier can speak to in terms of the maintenance of that site.
But if you were working for XX company, you would probably propose that it gets paved and lights, and because I've seen you before, right? Like, I mean, I've seen parking lots before, and I remember. I mean, that to me is a problem too, right? That.
I think we speak to so I understand where you're coming from, and I understand the desire to have it paved. I think there's concern that paving, like Mr. Mosier referred to at the top here, there is some permanence here, and when we talk about permanence, we talk about inflexibility. So Should down the road they want to use part of the parking lot to allow for community events like a farmer's market or something like that, it's a little bit more difficult to change the footprint if the footprint's paved. If there are extenuating circumstances that require a Sims Corner upgrade, shared use with this parking lot, you know, maybe they need a larger footprint to accommodate laydown area. So the parking being paved, I understand where folks are coming from, but it does kind of box folks into a corner with respect to the footprint itself.
And that answers Lancaster Avenue, the gravel all over that on a continual basis, right?
I mean, it does become, this is me wearing a planning hat, sitting in a city office.
What kind of hat?
A planning hat, as a planner. You know, some of this becomes, and I hate to say it, it becomes an enforcement issue. However, given the reputation of the applicant we're talking about here, we know they maintain their properties at a very high level. You said so yourself, Councillor Lowe, when they do these things, they do them correctly. It is not a flippant decision to make this a gravel lot. All of their current parking lots on the mill site are currently gravel and well-maintained, with including parking lines. So it's not as though they've not done this before. They maintain these lots now at that standard.
You know, I would never say that the Irvins don't do it right. I mean, they just put a beautiful fence in Union Street instead of just, you know, letting junk and everything parking there. I mean, I know that, but as a planner, I would think that you would say that a parking lot paved and curbed and the dividers and all that stuff would be. All right. Thank you.
Anybody else have a question on this applicant? Okay, thank you very much. At this time, I will open it up to the public if somebody would like to come forward. If you could state your name, please.
My name is David Ryan. I live at Dominion Park. First off, I want to congratulate you all for being here tonight. I have sat here since 6 o'clock, and there's no way in the world I would ever be sitting in the seat that any of you are in. So thank you all for your service to the city. Yeah, it's not happening. I also want to congratulate and thank JDI for the investment that they're proposing on this project. It's amazing, and we all should be very proud of that. I do want to go back to a comment that Councillor Sullivan made at the earlier presentation in the fact of the discussion is this land use at this time. So I'm hearing a lot about other stuff and what's going on, seeing great pictures and all the other stuff. I don't think it pertains to the discussion. I will say, in my belief, Sims Corner is absolutely hugely impacted by the potential of this. I'll also add, I don't believe it's the Planning Advisory Committee's job to decide where anybody parks if you decide to follow through with staff's recommendation and deny this proposal. It's not up to you to decide whether a garage is built or there's busing going on, all that other stuff. To me, that it kind of confused me as how that discussion got going. Anyhow, Sims Corner, I'm a West Sider all my life. Manawaganish Road was my family home. I live at Dominion Park. Probably 50 years ago, I learned if you don't have to come from Lancaster Avenue into and through Sims Corner, don't do it. That intersection, especially from that direction, is dangerous. I believe it's Mr. Mosier said he doesn't see how it impacts. He said all that has to happen is they go right into the mill or they go loop up left through Sims Corner to get to this parking lot. That loop up left involves 2 stops of cars that are coming down from Lancaster Avenue and a straight flow through from Main Street. It's a unique intersection that works great for West Siders when the traffic was back to levels that it was probably 10 years ago. It's not there today. So there is a huge impact. The other impact is Sims Corner is a feeder intersection. As soon as Main Street West gets backed up, Manawaganish Road gets backed up. Church Avenue gets backed up. Dever Road gets backed up. Greenhead gets backed up. All those roads become congested because of Sims Corner. Whether it be a truck trying to turn, can't get turned because they can't get through both lanes. They have to take 2 lanes of the road to make the corners. It's a feeder intersection that causes major loss of productivity for West Siders that live in that area today. There's a time loss and a productivity loss. Myself personally, I am like so past my bedtime because I get up at 4 in the morning. I leave my house at 6 o'clock so I don't have to deal with the Sims Corner or the bridge when it's down, all that other stuff. So I don't see it, but I get the call at 8:30 in the morning when somebody's sitting in their car and she's saying, I can't believe it, I've been an hour going. Anyhow, my biggest issue for coming here today is what I'm going to refer to as Appendix A, the Supplementary Traffic Impact Study. And I'll note on page 233, I printed this off of the docket, so I don't know whether it's the actual page or not, but under traffic data, it states that this data was leveraged for this study at the discretion of IPP staff. So this supplementary traffic impact study is actually a pick and choose of this traffic impact study, which was done in May. The supplementary one was done in, I believe, August. And to be as quick as I possibly can, the traffic flows that are counted in this and in the supplementary are 2022, which was a time of COVID, and which was prior to the expansion of the logistics park, the expansion of the rail yard. It doesn't account for the traffic as it is today. You're talking 2022 numbers, they don't pertain anymore. And also, if you read the conclusions on both reports, they're kind of vastly different. The conclusion of the supplementary says, based on the results, the road network does not require improvements to accommodate the expected 2027 construction volumes. And on and on and on. And in the original, where is it? I might have lost the page here. In the original, it says, in supporting the background traffic through the most single impactful change that could be made to the road network would be reconfiguring Sims Corner into a roundabout, as recommended by Move SJ Roundabout Plan. This would dramatically improve the LOS, which is level of service, which if you read, actually, even in their supplementary, the corners, most of the corners are either at E or F, which is either unacceptable or just considered half satisfactory. So improving the levels of service at the movements of the intersections. Your own information says the roundabout's there. The traffic is going to be a nightmare. I do think I'm shooting myself in the foot by actually opposing this, because where I live, the option, if you follow through and deny it, will probably mean that there'll be more increased traffic on Greenhead Road, which will just back us up. But still, I just don't want to see anybody dying. And, those cars coming out of there after a 10, 12-hour shift, the people in their trucks that live west, or they're heading to Lornville, or they're heading down to Musquash, and they're hitting through that intersection after a long day, they're not looking at the guy coming up anymore. They're coming straight through that intersection, they're barreling through. So I'm going home to bed. If there's any questions, I'll stay. But beyond that, I want to thank you all.
Thank you. Anybody have questions? Mr. Ryan, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak for? If you could state your name again, please.
Hi again. As I said previously, my name is Arlene Dunn, and I am the CEO of the St. John Construction Association. And I do appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to talk about the proposed parking facility near the mill. This facility, from our perspective, is more than just a place to park. It is a vital resource for our local construction community, and it plays a key role in future economic success of the city of St. John. It is a crucial component of the Irving Pulp and Paper Mill's $1.1 billion next-gen project investment. It is a transformative initiative that will drive growth, create lasting jobs, and have a far-reaching impact on our region for years to come. The parking facility is essentially something that this project requires to move ahead and to succeed. It will bring significant economic impact to the city of St. John. The mill's expansion will generate, as you heard earlier, $539 million in employment income and create 2,200 person years of work, providing abundant opportunities for the local contractors and the workforce. This project will also have a ripple effect right across our community and our province, benefiting businesses throughout the region and helping to sustain and grow our local economy. A key aspect of this project is its workforce, which will increase, as you heard earlier, significantly during construction. While the project will start by utilizing the local workforce, and you heard Mr. Moser talk about the fact that we believe that we do have the local workforce, but what the paramount issue is they're actually not here. They're in other job sites throughout the country. And with this project, the workforce that's actually here right now will eventually be exhausted. And we will have to rely on people coming into the city. So throughout the province, all those workers will come to this site, we hope, if we have the right things to attract them. But we also want to attract the much-needed trade resources from across the country. And once again, I have to impress upon you, to attract and retain these workers, we need to offer amenities that are comparable to other large-scale construction sites. A strategically located parking facility is critical for this. Without it, we risk losing workers or projects offering better services and convenience, and they will go elsewhere. With many tradespeople, many of you that's traveling throughout the country, getting on airplanes here and there, will see our workforce is leaving. They're going to places like Alberta and Ontario. If you look at Ontario, specifically in the nuclear division, Bruce Power, Darlington, those are immensely gratifying jobs for a skilled trades workforce. It's inside work. It's probably about $200,000 a year. They have a permanent location to go to, and it's consistent employment where they know their job every day for several years to come. Currently, during larger shutdowns at the Irving Pulp and Paper Mill, due to a lack of parking, craft labor is assigned parking at CFM. Many of you are probably familiar with the CFM location. They must be bused from CFM to the mill gate. I can tell you this arrangement causes considerable frustration, as the shuttle service can be difficult to manage at times. Sometimes it actually adds 30 minutes or more to the start and the end of already long shifts. Complaints are particularly intense when the weather is poor. And these delays, along with uncomfortable conditions, are a definite morale deflator. Providing a dedicated parking facility for workers will eliminate these challenges and improve the overall working experience, keeping productivity high and worker satisfaction intact. This project presents a rare and, I would say, invaluable opportunity to create long-term sustainable jobs in our community. It is the very first major long-term initiative to come to St. John in many years, offering a unique chance to grow our skilled trades workforce and, more importantly, inspire young people to actually pursue construction careers here and stay here in our city. The project will inject millions of dollars into our local economy over its lifespan. Opportunities like this are rare, and we must seize them to ensure our community's prosperity and to help build a construction workforce that we want for the future. In construction, parking is more than just about convenience. It directly impacts worker safety, their morale, and productivity. A well-designed, accessible parking area reduces time spent searching for parking spots, and it minimizes the risk of accidents in overcrowded areas. By improving access to the mill site, we ensure workers start their day on time, boosting productivity, which is what we all want to see, and contributing to the overall success of the project. Additionally, providing dedicated parking demonstrates to the workers that they're actually valued, fostering a positive work environment and boosting their morale. The proposed parking facility also serves as a key infrastructure piece that will benefit our local contractors and the broader workforce. St. John is facing a shortage of skilled tradespeople, making it increasingly difficult to meet the demands of current housing needs, as well as building infrastructure, repairing it, and maintaining it. Supporting the development of this parking facility ensures our workforce has the resources it needs to meet these challenges, while helping to drive broader economic growth throughout our region. It also positions St. John as a community committed to supporting its workers and contractors, making it an attractive location for business expansion. This project isn't just about addressing immediate needs. It's about creating stable, long-term jobs, easing the strain on the skilled workforce, and attracting new talent. With easy access to the Irving Pulp and Paper Mill site, we lay the foundation for a sustainable construction industry in St. John. Proper infrastructure will allow local contractors to take on more projects, expand their businesses, and continue driving economic vitality in the community. Supporting this project highlights the unique opportunities that St. John actually has to offer. It can inspire local youth to pursue careers in construction and encourage workers from outside the region to see St. John as a place where industry and community come together to collaborate and foster growth. We are partners in this effort, and we must not forget that. And I strongly encourage you to support this project. It will help position our city and our province to attract significant investment and build a brighter future for everyone in our community. And just in closing, I would add, I heard the concerns with respect to Sims Corner, but I would encourage you to support this project and let this move along. Meanwhile, facilitating those discussions, whether it's with the municipality, the province, J.D. Irving, the feds. This project is important for our region and important for our province. And I can tell you recently I had a meeting with MB Power, and as we know, there's a massive capital expenditure that's going to take place in our province. That's going to start probably in about another year. We're going to be competing for those same workers that are going to Mactaquac Dam. The same could be said for the Guile Island project in Newfoundland. Recently in the news media, we heard they signed an MOU to move ahead expeditiously with that project because they know the power needs are required. And think about Darlington, think about Bruce, think about what's happening right now at Kitimat in BC, think about the projects in Alberta. Those are our competitors, and we need to be cognizant of that. And I'm asking for your support, and I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee have any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this matter? You could state your name, please.
Good evening. I'm Ron Marcolin. I'm Divisional Vice President with CME. CME is Canadian Manufacturers and Exporters, Canada's largest and oldest trade and industry association. We've been around a very long time. In fact, we're as old as our great country of Canada is. So I represent CME for this province. We are a membership-based organization. We are a not-for-profit. We are not political, and the reason I bring that up is we deal with a lot of politicians and a lot of bureaucrats and a lot of great staffs of government across Canada, but we don't take a political viewpoint of this. It's all about our membership. Our membership predominantly is small and medium-sized businesses. Some of them are also large businesses, but they are 2,500 strong, coast to coast, and we represent them in all various pieces of their business, but mostly advocacy, training, and we educate them through a series of events across the country, including here in New Brunswick. So our association thoroughly endorses what's proposed to you tonight. We, however, are looking at this more as an economic argument on why you should agree to this. I'd like to thank Arlene Dunn because, to be very fair, she took a lot of words out of my mouth, and I know it's getting a little late, so thank you so very much. And I won't repeat a lot of what she said, but I thoroughly endorse what she said. And obviously, Mark Mosier said a lot of the things I could easily repeat as well. But what I do want to discuss with you very briefly tonight is the investment of $1.1 billion, and it's clearly rare to have that investment here in St. John, New Brunswick. It actually is more than double the level of manufacturing investment in a calendar year in this province, all at one fall swoop. Real manufacturing investment per worker as well is actually 3 times higher in the United States, our dear neighbor, and we won't get into Trump and tariffs tonight, but if you compare what they do per worker compared to what we do here in New Brunswick, we have a lot of gap to make up. So a project like this makes up that gap in part. And what we want to do as an association and as our members, we want to close that gap. And as I say to repeat, this project does close that gap. So another point I'd like to make is New Brunswick, unfortunately, has the second lowest real GDP per capita in both the United States and Canada. So what does that mean? That means we are behind the 8 ball. And to give you some numbers here, if you look at all the jurisdictions in Canada and the United States, you're looking at 63. And what exactly am I referring to? I'm referring to all the states in the United States and the 13 territories and provinces of Canada. Unfortunately, our great province of New Brunswick ranks second to last. So we have a lot of economic GDP per capita to make up. Our dear friends in PEI and Nova Scotia, by the way, are very close to us. The Maritimes as a region, unfortunately, are low. Even our friends in Ontario are at 53 out of 63, and they're a powerhouse in manufacturing. And our dear friends in Alberta are 23. Why I'm giving you those sort of parameters is, as you may know, we're very good at comparing things. We always like to look outside our province or outside our maritime community or even outside of Canada. That gives you a bit of perspective of our GDP. Why I'm bringing this to bear tonight is because with a project like the Next Gen project that's obviously being proposed and will go forward, I should say, it's not being proposed, but the piece of it that's being proposed to you tonight will, as Arlene Dunn said so well, create great employment opportunities for not just the trades, but continuing through generations, to be honest. And the fact that clearly a piece of this puzzle includes a parking facility, whether it be 500 spaces as proposed or possibly a little less. The point of the matter is, it is a convenience. It is imperative that the tradesmen and tradeswomen get to the plant where they work in a safe manner. And get out, obviously, in a safe manner, are relatively close to the workplace and can get in and out with ease. We are very impressed by what JDI is proposing tonight. We think a lot of thought has gone into this. We think a lot of expense has gone into this. Obviously, as again, Mr. Mosier has referred, he's worked on this project, he and his team, for 4 years now. So this is not just something he's bringing to bear tonight, obviously, that hasn't had a lot of time and energy put into it. It is very important for the St. John community. I would argue, because this is a rare project for the province, not many mega projects are happening in Canada. Again, if I refer to Arlene Dunn, she and others tonight have referred to Kitimat. We're referring to Newfoundland. We're referring to the nuclear industry in Ontario in particular, because as we all know, it is sort of the largest nuclear infrastructure in the country. The point is, we do have competition with labor. This will bring the people home. They want a reason to come home. Economically speaking, it's important that they stay home. It isn't a turnaround. It is a 5-year project, and we hope that as tradespeople like to do, they like to generally stay where they were. And we know this, of course, through some of us that have been here a number of years. They like to stay where their family is and where their descendants are and where their energy is. And let's face it, what's not to like about our great home of St. John, New Brunswick. In conclusion, this is very much a real live example of a lot of great things coming together. We have tonight an opportunity to endorse the project that's in front of you, which ultimately helps the bigger good, as I've described. It is a mega project. The mega project certainly has to have many pieces of the puzzle to come to fruition. This is merely one of those pieces of the puzzle, but we totally endorse this. We think this is a great win for the city of St. John. It does fit your plan to expand and also to keep population here and to be a little, well, to cut to the chase, I guess, if we could look at it from a city administration perspective, it keeps the tax base here. You want the tax base here. We have a lot of reasons why we want to keep our population in St. John. And this project and your piece of accepting the project is a part of that puzzle. So as I say to repeat, Mr. Chair, we endorse this project. We are more than happy to lend any other credibility with further economic data. If you so choose to ask for it, either tonight or later on, we can easily provide that detail to you.
Thank you. Do any committee members have any questions? Thank you for your presentation. Is there anybody else in the audience that would like to speak on this proposal? No.
Rob Pearson.
Wait till you get to the microphone, please.
Rob Pearson, Local 30 President. I represent 200 of the unionized workers at the Irving Pulp and Paper site. Dave Morehouse behind me up in the stands, he is a local president at Irving Tissue. So there's sacrifices that need to be made in this by all. And in our case, we show up to work every day. I don't have a big presentation. I just know what I see. So when I arrive on the site at 8 o'clock in the morning, I've done shift. I've been there for 17 years. I've done day work as well. If you're a shift worker and you show up on the site, there's a good chance you're going to get a parking spot. You're there at 4:30 in the morning to 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's your everyday worker. At 8 o'clock in the morning when I arrive, due to the expansion of the mill, there's a sacrifice to be made. It's full. They're trying their best. There's parking spaces being created all over that site to try to keep everybody in there. At the end of the day, it's a struggle to get out because there's so many people there. Where they're building their next gen setup for the new boiler, that takes up 2 of our biggest parking lots. That means me as an employee, we're being moved. We're being moved to Dave's parking spot, actually. So we're going to be congested with the tissue parking lot. In saying that, you're going to bring in 500 contractors to try to expand the site, which is amazing. A lot of those people wouldn't want to be bussed. I wouldn't want to be bussed. And we deal with this now in our current turnarounds. You'll have people trying to sneak onto site, park their vehicle in a spot where security doesn't want to have to go out and check the badge number to see if it's there. So that just means your everyday employee that shows up to the site is now having to try to fight for a parking spot to stay on site. This new parking lot alleviates that congestion. I can choose to park up there if I want to and make the walk, and I don't have to struggle to find a parking spot. It also allows the employer to alleviate those stresses, the bus traffic, the game playing by your standard employees who don't want, your contractors that come in who don't want to take a bus from CFM and drive it all the way over. At the end of their shift, they don't want to stand at a gate in the cold or at night or for a long shift and wait for a bus to show up that takes 40 people and you're the 43rd person. That's the everyday life of your standard workers that are on site. A new parking lot up at the top, it's going to be inconvenient for the city to lose part of that park. I understand it. I use it. The traffic through Sims Corner, I live on the west side. I get it. I empathize with the person who was here earlier speaking against it. I'm for this parking lot. I need it in terms of my day-to-day sanity, for sure. They don't want to build a parking garage on site. They have a 5-year plan for a parking lot up top, and then they need it for turnarounds. Maybe the next sacrifice for our employees is we're going to have to park in that parking lot while they build us a parking garage on site. Who knows? But one thing's for certain, they tend to be fairly clever with what they do, and they try to maximize their efficiencies on site. They wouldn't stretch out to Woolstick Park, in my opinion, unless it was absolutely needed. They've had 25 years to take that park back from the city, and they never did it until today. I recommend you take that into consideration. Appreciate your time. Oh, any questions?
Thank you. It looks like you do. Yes.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a question. You live west, I do not.
Yep.
But I read online every day about people complaining about the driving and the traffic and everything west side. So I've had a few of the presenters here have talked about the inconvenience to the workers of waiting for a bus or whatever. So I guess the flip side of that is what I'm concerned with, is that in saving the inconvenience to the worker, I'm putting an inconvenience on a whole neighborhood with traffic. So they all experience all, issues with the traffic circulation, just so that the workers at one site don't have to have an inconvenience. So you live west. Tell me your experience. Yeah.
So I don't think that you're going to see an increase to that inconvenience because it's going to be maintained. There's going to be 500 people showing up. It's where are they showing up? We're in this proposal, they're going to direct them to a parking lot that is beyond Sims Corner, in which, yes, you're going to go straight, then you're going to turn left and get in.
That left's a nightmare.
No, I mean, if you're coming from West St. John.
Oh,
you
yeah,
should
yeah,
go
yeah,
straight
yeah,
up.
yeah.
Obviously, if you're coming from east, you have a couple different opportunities there and how to get there. You can come off the bridge and you don't need to go through Sims Corner at all. When you're leaving Woolastook Park, you would turn left and go down to the bridge. You don't have to come back through Sims Corner. If you turn right, then you're taking a different way around Sims Corner. It's more clean. I guess my point is there's going to be 500 people on the road there regardless, but you're going to have 500 people trying to find a spot on one small site.
Have you ever, and I asked this because my husband worked at IOL, and their parking lot was the same. Did you ever make or were you ever considering different choices of getting to work because it was so crowded? Because I know where he was, people would carpool. They would do things because it was such a pain to find parking by times.
We have many people that carpool or ride share together on
Excellent.
a day, but
Yeah.
that's because of what we experience at the mill. Again, we're sacrificing as we see a new building.
They do
go in.
that because they're motivated to, because there's less spaces.
It's an obligation. I mean, I think in the end of the day, if you show up to work, if there's no place to park, where do we go, right?
Perfect. Thank you. That's helpful. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Oh, Jerry,
Yeah,
wait, sorry.
Yeah, we're not all saying we don't want a parking lot. Like for me, I just want it nice and paved so you can smooth get in there and curb it and all that. So I never said I didn't want your parking lot. I understand everything you're saying, right? But it's not that we don't want a parking lot. In my case, I just want it paved and lights and make it look pretty.
I don't disagree at all. In fact, if they paved it, it would look amazing. If they don't, I feel like you could reclaim it easier is the main thing. You want it back as a park? I kind of want it back as a park as well. They said 5 years. In 5 years' time, we can park up there for 2 years and they can build a parking garage and then you can have Woolastook Park back. But maybe I'm speaking out of school.
Excuse me. Is there anybody else from the audience that would like to speak for or against this proposal? I'll make a second call. Is there anybody in the audience that wants to speak for or against this proposal? Last and final call. Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this proposal? At this time, would we like to bring the proponent back for questions?
I have
Yes.
questions for the traffic engineer, if that's okay.
City or you? All right. I do have some additional context too I'd like to provide, but I'll answer your question first for sure.
Thanks. So here's where I get stuck, because we talk about this like the inconvenience to the worker versus the inconvenience, and I have empathy for both. I do not want to make a decision where I'm responsible for contributing to added safety risks for residents, for anyone that lives in this city. So in your opinion, in improving this, am I adding safety risks to the West Siders or anyone traveling to or from there?
You are absolutely adding congestion to the intersection. And so does that answer? You do.
Partly. Is congestion linked to risk and safety?
Absolutely. The more congestion you have, the more opportunities people are going to take risks in driving, right? If you don't mind, I do want to back that up for a second. I wasn't sure of the appropriateness, so I didn't really cover this in my initial comments earlier on, but there's been references to the previous EIA for the larger RPP project, the $1.1 billion project. We saw a site view of the entire project besides the parking lot, and we actually saw a previous speaker bring up 2 different traffic studies before you. I want to provide PAC a little bit of additional context, which I think is important. This proponent went through an EIA process through the provincial government to gain approval for this project. And as Mr. Mosier mentioned, they've obtained that EIA approval. As part of that EIA, there absolutely was a traffic study completed. And that's the traffic study, the first one that Mr. Ryan talked about earlier on. The challenge is that that EIA has been approved, right? Regardless of what input the city provided into that from a traffic perspective. The supplemental traffic study, and in fact, the parking lot overall that's being proposed now came after the EIA. So when I mentioned earlier in my comments that there are compounding impacts here that are not being considered, that's part of it. Because the EIA that was completed for the parking lot afterwards doesn't go back and look at the previous EIA that was approved by the provincial government. There's no comparative analysis. There's an indication on the slides by the proponent about, the parking lot's better than the parking garage from a transportation perspective. I do want to read you one sentence from their supplemental traffic study, and then I want to give you a little context. It says, the redistribution of contractor trips to the relocated parking lot at Lancaster Avenue improves operations at the IPP access as at the Mill Street, Main Street West, and the IPP main access on Bridge Road. Conversely, operations are worsened for westbound traffic at Sims Corner and northbound traffic at Bridge and Riverview Avenue. They completed an analysis that indicated that their solution with the parking lot is going to create an impact at Sims Corner, but create a benefit out of the parking lot. The challenge, though, is in this supplemental traffic study, because it was completed after the original EIA, there's no reference in this supplemental EIA to a comparative analysis between the traffic impacts of the road network including at Sims Corner between putting a parking garage on site and the parking lot on Lancaster Avenue. So again, I'm going to stand before you this evening and say, as I said in my initial comments, I can't stand before you and give you a good indication as to how this project is going to impact traffic in the surrounding transportation network, including at Sims Corner. And I certainly can't provide you any comments on how the comparative analysis of that option versus, say, a parking garage impacts that network, because it wasn't done in the supplementary traffic study. So again, that's part of the challenge on staff's front is to really look at the different options from the transportation perspective and really look at what the real impacts are, because we don't have all the information in front of us to make that good determination. Thank you.
Thank you. That answer your question, Ann?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, I'm getting there, thanks.
Does anybody have questions for the proponent? I do. So if one of the two of you can come up. I'd like to know a little bit more about the entrance and the exit and how what's the visual of that from Lancaster Avenue? Is somebody, when they get off work after their 8-hour shift,
I think we had some pictures of the entrance.
on left to Lancaster Avenue, and they want to go down Duke Street and get on the Harbor Bridge. Or is it going to be designed in a way? I'd like to get a visual of what.
Sure.
The visual of what the entrance and exit.
Sorry.
Lancaster Avenue into the parking lot.
So the existing entrance to the park today will be used for the contractor parking lot, and then an old driveway for the old Centricare will be reinstated for the public access. So the entrance today will look the same as it is today with the additional trees along the landscape with Lancaster Avenue.
Okay, and is that the one that's right across from the bowling alley?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So visually, it's going to look the same with additional trees to buffer the landscape barrier between the Lancaster Avenue and the proposed
So
parking
you're
lot.
not making it wider, you're not changing any of that, it's gonna be the same, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you,
exactly.
that's,
With a paved entrance like it is today to help mitigate the gravel mentioned earlier, by getting it into the road. So there is that buffer there, and with the maintenance that JDI has proven in the past, there's no concerns at this stage right now on that. Yeah.
thank you. Does anybody else on the committee have questions? At this time, then we'll close off the public portion of this meeting and put it up to committee to make recommendations, suggestions. We know what the staff recommendation is, but they also have come up with some other ideas. So it looks like Peter and Councillor Sullivan. Peter was first. Okay.
Thank you. I just want to share my thoughts before the vote, because I don't like to just vote and nobody understand why I'm voting that way. Growing pains are great. If we didn't have the growing pains for this city, we'd be going in the wrong direction. And the scale and the scope of this project, I don't see how I could not support and back up what you require. And inside the report, when I look at the traffic issues, sure, we're going to be adding traffic, that's growth. But also, with the way it's set up, there's going to be a lot less cross-traffic across Bridge Street for anybody going north or east. So, I mean, that's going to provide a benefit for even safety issues as well. And I think, too, if it's going to put more pressure on everybody to find a solution for Sims Corner. So it's going to speed that process up. It's going to put more pressure on the city, the government, the Irving organization. So I'm more than happy to support the application the way that it's been put forward. And commenting on the gravel for the parking lot, if this was a commercial building or a mall, I would fully insist as well for pavement and curbing. But where it's adjacent to a public park, aesthetically, I think gravel's much more aesthetically pleasing than having the asphalt there. My opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Sullivan?
Thanks, Chair. I am hesitant to take any park and make it a parking lot. So I need a significantly good reason to do so. To take a park and make it a permanent parking lot that's built to a standard to be flexible is incongruous for me. I'm disappointed that, you know, if this was something coming to ask us for our opinion to support extra parking because of this generational, you know, and it is $1.5 billion investment, you know, I think I could absorb the pain of, you know, 5 years or however you word it to make sure this project gets done. Where it falls down for me is in year 6, when it's a very large gravel space. You know, when I drive by the precedent out for Irving Oil, you know, I remember driving by it a few times before I asked somebody and said, what's that big empty? And so that's I know it'll look a lot better, but that's kind of the picture in my mind of this big hunk of park. I can't, in good conscience, vote to turn a third of Woollistock Park into a permanent parking lot. I think, and this wasn't in my mind, which is why I love public hearings. Rob Pearson, you win my Speaker of the Night award. That would be ideal for me if the plan was here that we put it for 5 years, get it done. And then because of everything else and the other needs and there was a commitment that it stayed for a couple extra years while a parking garage got built. So then it gets turned back into park or something else that's envisioned down the road. I think that would be spectacular. It's not what's before us yet tonight, though. So, and I think, yeah, so for me tonight, I would support staff's recommendation. But I think there's still opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you. Dan?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, there's so many kind of moving pieces on this that depend, like one depends on this. I don't love that it would be a parking lot longer than 5 years because I think that's, I don't love seeing like the industrial and parking, resultant parking footprint ever expanding. Like, it just seems like we never seem to revert. Everything just keeps growing and we're expecting some real boom times coming up. So at best, but I appreciate, you know what, I'm usually, I like, pave that parking lot, that sets precedent, because it does. But you won me over with a park standard, which you probably knew that you would, but it makes sense to me. And the improvements certainly make sense. So I can get behind a 5-year plan for it, because I think it's a once in a lifetime type of, once in a generation type of a movement. And I was happy to hear some of your people are carpool, and you do have some shuttle buses, and I hope you keep that up and add to it. And I would love to make that a condition, but I don't know if I have the appetite of the people around the table. But that's your winning move. Yeah, so I would support, I don't know how, and I don't know where everybody else is with this, I would support a temporary 5-year with a commitment of, I would like to see some type of a commitment from JDI that they are doing mitigating moves. Like they have some type of mitigating, I don't even know if you can enforce that though, mitigating policy, offsetting policy that offsets the traffic that's being increased, because I think it's too much. Otherwise, I'm gonna be following staff recommendation.
Thank you, Ed. Terry?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I would be against the staff recommendation. I read the proposal and have great difficulty if the purchase by JDI in 1998 was subject to a condition that it would be a green space until they found a suitable economic opportunity. So Mr. Mosier told us that $1 billion project, the largest in the city, probably one of the largest in the province, how can we argue that that's not a significant or a suitable economic opportunity? I also accept, from living here all my life and seeing, as Jerry has pointed out, the Class A construction that JDI does, that I believe them when they say that the remaining 70% of Ballistic Park will be enhanced and improved. I've seen that many times. I'm a user of the trail, the park, and so I don't believe that this is an issue of it's not an appropriate use of land designated park as natural area. It's not park and natural. It's only park until they found a suitable economic opportunity, and I think this is it. I support them on the application. I'd be voting against the recommendation of staff in this case. I am concerned about the engineer's report, the traffic engineer's report, except when he says that it's difficult to understand the full impact because of everything that's happening over there, the rail, the trucks, the port traffic, the rail traffic, and everything else. And I think Mr. Pappas is right. If this doesn't propel a further discussion on Sims Corner and how we might resolve it and hopefully fix the problem, I don't know what will. But that doesn't change the fact, in my view, that they've complied with exactly when they bought the land, provided as a park, until they found a suitable economic opportunity. This is it. I will be voting against the staff recommendation.
Thank you, Terry. Any other discussion? I'll be looking for a motion. I have a motion. Do I have a seconder for that? Do I have a seconder for? You second that motion? Those in question? All in favor? 3. Those opposed? You get all that, Colleen? So what do we do now?
Now, I want to try, I'm going to try another motion before you guys do your succeeding.
So you would have to now craft a motion fully dependent on the plan amendment, rezoning, and
Yep, that's where I'm at.
conditions associated.
Yes.
And
And I don't know what's enforceable. I'm just beating you to the punch, Terry, but you might get your
So
chance here.
You
We'll
can,
see.
you can propose it and we can
Yeah.
tell you if it's something
Yeah.
that's enforceable or not.
I would like to, I guess, deny staff recommendation and have a 5-year limit or term of the next gen project term limit on the project, on the parking lot. And I would like to see, this is the part I don't know how to do, a significant investment in transit, a carpool incentive for your people, something that is a tangible offset to traffic increase for that period of time. And I think it's good for you guys. It'd be so good for your PR. And if that can be, I don't know if that's something that we can enforce or put on there, but that's a motion I would like to
So
see, and then I
think-
would,
I think staff would need to have a chat.
yeah.
We'd need to have a quick recess to
Scrum.
figure out what could and could not be done.
Because there are things in here that, from the staff recommendation.
Yes, but if permit, temporary uses, we'd have to check.
I'll move the 6-minute recess until 11 o'clock to have a chit chat. They've heard our discussion. They can go with this.
Okay, we've got staff of, what do we got here?
So-
Everybody back, just one second.
Oh.
We got everybody back? Ladies and gentlemen?
We all good?
Please, thank you.
So staff had a brief chat. We think the best path forward is the committee voted in opposition to the staff recommendation. So what we're suggesting is we move forward just with that. The chair letter would indicate some of the topics that were discussed, including possibility of an interim parking solution. And then this would enable council to fully investigate different components rather than the committee attempting to craft recommendation with a variety of conditions without having the ability to really spend a significant period of time thinking about it, if that works for everyone.
So there's not really a motion required for that. We've already had our motion
Yeah.
to deny staff
And
recommendation.
yeah, and a vote. And Jerry just moved to adjourn.
And Jerry just what?
Moved to adjourn.
We have a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? Aye. Thanks, everybody, for your patience this evening. Thank you. Did you get it all, Colleen?